What if everything you've ever learned about the universe was missing one word? The universe is not a machine. It is not simply matter. It is music. Every song begins with one note. So does creation. The composer's baton is hydrogen. When the first note began vibrating, light was born. The elements are not simply chemicals. They are the notes from which every song is written. A composer never needs infinite notes. He creates infinite songs from a finite orchestra. When hydrogen and oxygen began performing in concert, the first concert hall was born. Before there were hearts, there was water. Before there were brains, there was water. Every future song would rehearse inside the hydrome. Magnetism does not play the music. It keeps the orchestra together. The chest is not merely protection. It is the grand human beatbox. The baby rhythm begins deep within the brain. The grand rhythm fills the lungs and heart. The entire human composition becomes a living instrument. The genome is not life. It is the score. The phenome is the opera. Opera is living music. It gives flesh to ideas and matter to composition. Every performer has an audience. Every audience becomes another performer. This is the information sphere. This is the inspiratum. The universe is built from nested audiences. DNA is not the music. It is the record. The cell reads the grooves. The body performs the album. An album was once a public announcement. Your life is still one. Every beat writes another track. Every day becomes another session. Every season becomes another album. Every lifetime becomes another record. The catalog grows forever. Relationship is two or more performers acting in concert. Health is biological concert. Healing is restoring concert. Life is universal concert. People have spent centuries asking what the universe is made of. The composer asks a different question. What song is it singing? Life is not made of matter. Matter is organized into music.
Perfect, OT. That's the pen I was talking about. Not that, my big water bottle. Wait a minute, what's up with my camera? Camera's tripping. My camera is tripping. Oh, look, I got a bone to pick with Kev anyway. Hold on. Here, y'all wrestle with this for a second while I get this together.
See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the way. I'm no atheist healer. You the devil's seat on demon time.
There we go. Okay. Okay, that look about right. Yeah, that look about right. That's not exactly right, but that's close. I definitely, I give thanks for that. I give thanks for y'all. And today we're going classic. Today we're going classic. Today we're going classic on them. I got to do it.
But it'll sound better See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better It'll sound better See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer.
It's time to work, man. Shout out to self-elevation. Right? Peace to all the gods out there. Peace to all the gods out there. Shout out to Dean, Black Hand. Shout out to Philly. Yo, I almost want to move back to Philly right now. I almost want to move back to Philly right now, for real, for real. Hey, yo, Kev, what you got going on, bro? Kev, I did not speak to you over the weekend, brother. What is you doing, Kev? I did not speak to you over the weekend. And I spoke to everybody else, sir. So don't be ho-tapping us like, yeah. I put the number up for Kev. Kev said, yo, I just finished texting it. We didn't hear from Kev. Stop that, Kev. You did not do that, Kev. You ain't text. Are you out of America? Are you not in America? Are you texting from a number that's outside of the States? So maybe the number's not coming in, or that's the only thing I could think of. You texting from like the UK or Bahamas or something? How you going to screenshot it and send it if your text messages ain't coming through? Everybody else text messages coming through. Here, check the number you texting. Matter of fact, how about that? Maybe you texting the wrong number. Let's put the number back up real quick. Let's put the number up real quick. Because I spoke to Kyle. I spoke to everybody, just even if briefly, even if very briefly, I still got a chance to speak to Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Okay, here we go. This number right here, 845-480-6295. Did you text that number? All right, fair enough. But you got it now. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to the first minister. Shout out to the minister of births. Shout out to the minister of soul crafting. Shout out to the soul crafting minister. None other than Cal. And I'm gonna be honest, Kyle. I'm gonna be honest. I've been secretly jealous and hating on your long hair, bro. I gotta be honest about this. And now that you're an official minister, I felt like a huge weight was lifted off my soul. Oh man. No, I'm just kidding. I'm definitely glad to have you on the team, on the inner team, as our first minister of soul crafting. No, I had, you know, like for most of my life though, I've had, well, I don't even know. Maybe I have to reevaluate that at this age. For very long stretches of my life, I did have long hair. For most of like my teenage years and my 20s. So that's how I get into these stretches like right now, where in my mind, I'm making a comeback. Yeah, in my mind right now, I'm on Kyle bumper, even though Kyle hair is twisted and all the way down his arms. So if it became untwisted, it'd probably be to his kneecaps. But it's okay to have a little bit of delusion when you're chasing your dreams. You got to have a little bit of delusion when you're dream chasing. It's all right. That's how we change the world. No doubt, God. Yeah. But actually, self-elevation brings up a good point. Because I spoke to Sa the other day. So I'll probably be making my rounds shortly. You know, hunting season is beginning, right? I don't view Unc as like a serious op. I don't view him as like a serious op. But I do view him as the face of atheism for, you know, the conscious community. And when I say small, I don't mean small because the conscious community is huge, as opposed to like me, one person is thousands of people, you know, maybe even into the hundreds of thousands if we stretch it out exponentially. But I just mean as opposed to like the globe, you know what I'm saying? 8 billion people. The conscious community is like infinitesimally small. But within the confines of the conscious community, even if it's 1 million people, within the confines of the conscious community, I see UnQ as the face of atheism. And a part of that is not because 99% of that is not because he knows what he's talking about. It's just that he's so belligerent that he doesn't mind constantly like not knowing what he's talking about. Whereas anybody else in a that calls himself a scholar would be mindful of error. Not that we don't make error, you know what I'm saying, but they would be mindful of error as opposed to like freestyling everything on the camera. You know what I'm saying? You would at least read a book every so often. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that is with UnQ. You know what I'm saying? UnQ is just the most ignorant. $16 years, see? And I feel like I could catch him. I feel like I could catch him over the winter. Kyle had been growing for almost 2 decades. I feel like I could get him in 6 months. Oh my goodness. All right. So what was we last talking about? What was we last talking about? So we've been going so heavy. I forgot what I do know that the conversation is going back here. I do know that the conversation is leading us back to the plants. You guys may not know it yet. We may have to make another stop or two. Yeah. There may have to be like another book in between, just so I don't, I don't say anything that I haven't published yet. So there might need to be one more book. Listen, let me show y'all something. I meant to do a whole live on it, but then all kind of stuff started to go on. But look at this. See, y'all don't even need me to do a video on this in order to know what this is. Like, this is crazy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this here. This don't even make no sense. And y'all be thinking, sometimes y'all be thinking I'm trolling when I say plagiarism, y'all think I'm trolling. When I say plagiarism, y'all think I'm trolling. Yeah, y'all be thinking I make this stuff up. Your man is on tour. Listen, your man is on tour. Yo, your man is on tour. Touring around, creating his identity from mine. He's on tour once again. And this is what he's been doing since him and Rich and all them created him. Because they created him like a golem. You know what I'm saying? They put him together. Because he was a crackhead that didn't have a direction. He just had a strong publicity team because he was a failed rapper. But other than that, he didn't have a place to go. So they cooked this guy up to like be me. So he'll take something that he sees from the video because his baby mom's in Atlanta. She watches all the videos. Yeah, his baby mom's is probably watching this video right now. And so, yeah. And so, no. I got people in Atlanta. You got to know. Yeah. So his baby mom's is probably watching this video right now. right? She's probably ordering the books for him and all that. So every so often he finds something he likes, and then that becomes his new promo campaign for the next 6 to 12 months. I cannot make this stuff up, people. You know what I'm saying? I could pull out the books. What direction? Wait a minute, they're not even in here. I moved them out of here so I could switch it up. But you know what we could do? We could go to Amazon. Let's go to Amazon. Let's go to Amazon real quick. Let's go to Amazon. Let's hit EnQi Books real quick. Yeah, let's hit the EnQi Books real quick. Let's check this out. Let me show y'all so we clear, right? Let me show y'all so we clear. No, it's none of these books. Okay, let's do this because it's so many books on here now. It's crazy. Let's go Melanin versus Diabetes. And let's see what we get. Okay, bam. Now let's go to this book series. You guys see this? This is the first time that we started to develop at least in an Amazon release. Because remember, I got over 100 books that I wrote prior to being even on Amazon. Right? But this is our first Amazon book where we actually laid out the entire lingo in terms of health being wealth and the breath being a form of currency and just going through the whole, you know, ATP energy is currency and the memory bank. In fact, we have a book called Memory Bank. Like that's a whole nother iteration of this concept. Rich Abs, Poor Abs is a whole nother book series on this concept. Oh, what about these? I forgot about these. We got these for the family. Did y'all forget about these? EnQi Books. What is it? Generational Wealth. Is that it? Generational Wealth. EnQi Books. No. Wait, maybe it's Generational Health. Let me see. Bam. Here we go. Here we go. Here's another book series. Build Generational Health. See, and you see the publishing dates on these, 2024. Right? This is yet another book series. You see that? What is this one? What is this one? The Economics of Anatomy. do you see what I'm saying? Build Generational Health. Supply, demand. The cost. Economics of Anatomy. I just want y'all to understand that's a big part of the reason why I cannot just flip on the switch and go live on the internet. I have too many from Jack Cruz and those guys grabbing my papers. Now, if you notice, I don't put out no paper. Like I won't put out no paper as an article. It got to go in a book. Yeah, it got to go in a book because some guy from India, shout out to him. He published one of my articles that I wrote back in 2016, 2017, and these guys stole it. Look, let me find that for you. Just so we keeping it thorough. EnQi Real Human Chemi Essence. Oh, there, go right there. Look, boom. You see what that saying? 7 years ago. This is 7 years ago that he published this. I wrote this maybe 2 or 3 years before he got his hands on it and published it. And he didn't publish it like to try to, you know what I'm saying, do nothing crazy. He publishing it like, yo, the world needs to know this, so I'm going to share this. Right? So this article right here is where Jack Cruz and them stealing the drip from this. Right? Now, what's beautiful is that obviously it has a date. So when Jack Cruz says in, I don't know, 2023 or 2024 that he just discovered that cells are producing light inside the brain and this, and that, and all that, I'm just sitting back like, it's all good. But that's what poverty really looks like. Period. When you got to steal from me, because what happens is when that little run runs out, you got to come back to me again. You got to keep coming back. And what's going to happen is you're going to create a trail of me. He's going to leave himself a trail of me. And in the short term, it works because it looks like you cooking. And you are remixing my, you know, you are. You know what I'm saying? But at a certain point, when people find out what you've done, it's going to take away everything you built. Your foundation, your whole system going to collapse once people find out what you've done. So for me, it doesn't make sense. It's not smart.
But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the wave. I'm the waviest healer. You the devil seat on demon time. Shadiest nigga. Craziest picture. They made the lie sound familiar. I studied the pattern, now the picture getting clearer. Ancient scripts to modern science, I'm a savant with the scriptures. God is the wave, it's only getting bigger. Looking for the source, had to trace where the way began. Before church, before Islam in the sacred land. Before the first sermon, vibration already made a man. God is music and rhythm, gave wave a way to dance. Chaos was closing eyes, I found truth would open them. Measured every beat, studied the bodies, coding in. Light hit the pupil, sound hit the ear, information loaded in. Chemistry respond like somebody instructions folded in. I see the signature in spirals, measuring the architecture, numbers in the heavens and the body, math and lecture, heartbeats time. Every cell a little record keeper, the body God's booth, every feature flow.
All right. So there's that. Well, you know, listen. That's why I started off by saying, you know, Unc is not the only person. We really you know, Unc is just like a mascot in a sense for, you know, a much larger group of people with a much more sinister plot. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a much more sinister plot to where we got to be able to combat. We got to be able to combat ignorance, especially when our lives depend on it. Our lives depend on it. See, when they say the greatest trick the devil ever pulled, or the greatest trick ever pulled, was making it seem like the devil doesn't exist. Absolute facts. Absolute facts. And so one of those tools is to break down foolishness, because it's easier to try to package smaller lies as the truth than it is to package the whole thing. Because what happens is we still have ongoing research. And as the ongoing research continues, it becomes more difficult to disguise what's actually going on from the truth. So instead of one story, right? One story, meaning you had the early quote unquote believers. The early believers believed that the world, let me not say the world, the universe was 6,000 years old, right? And God created everything, poof. God said, let there be, and then the world started happening. 6 24-hour periods went by of God speaking the world into existence. 6 24-hour periods. The 7th day, God was exhausted. He took a nap, got back to work on the 8th day, right? And so the idea was that there was a little white guy who looked like a businessman that was retired, right? A little stubby, fat white guy, maybe about 5'3", bald, you know, with the gray around the side, right? Living in the clouds, right? And he somehow anointed, you know, Adam as a really muscular, you know, Greek Roman statue looking kind of guy. Even though science tells us quite the opposite about the build of the Greeks and Romans of that era, especially understanding the temperature, food supply, and their understanding of medicine and skin protection and all those things. Yeah, that's the story we got. So the atheists came along, and it was very easy to disguise the negative intent, like the evil intention. It's very easy to disguise it behind logic. Very easy to disguise it behind logic, right? But there's a lot to learn in order to be able to catch these guys at every stage, right? Because the same group of atheists that promote these ideas come from the Greek line of fraternities. The Greek line of fraternities. And the Greek line of fraternities are all throughout the military. So even if somebody like Unc doesn't join a Greek fraternity in college, they can still join some of these Greek fraternities in various military groups and movements, right? But they teach that logic and deductive thinking, which is why we took the time to dismantle that, begins in Greece. And the problem with that is that if you're going to credit your way of thinking to the Greeks, you also have to factor in that the Greeks were not atheists in any sense. There was no such thing as atheist Greeks, right? So again, they've got to fractionalize and break down their foolishness because it never makes sense altogether, right? But some of the early believers, or a lot of it anyway, what they believed about the universe and how the universe and life came into existence was so ridiculous. And you even have some small pockets that are still super ultra ridiculous, that you can disguise bad intentions as logic. You can disguise bad intentions as, oh, well, I'm just saying there's no possible way that, you know, there's a fat white man that lives in the clouds, you know, so God is not real. Okay. All right. If you're saying that God can only be a fat white man that lives on the clouds, fine. That is something that cannot exist, at least with our current understanding, right? Because one thing that we also have to keep in mind is that every 100 years, the things that are impossible become not only possible in the next 100 years, but it becomes the regular standard way of living, right? So in the 1800s, they would never have imagined that whole houses could fly in the sky. But now we have that. We have supersized planes that have bedrooms, living rooms, kitchens, everything on them, Wi-Fi and all that. They got cable TV and everything, full size, king size bed in the airplane. They have beds in the airplane. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole program is flying. Your whole luxury apartment of yesteryear can now be flying. You know what I'm saying? Just in my lifetime alone, we can now talk to people on the phone and see them on the phone with wireless device. Like all of this was considered impossible, or much of it anyway, 100 or especially 200 years ago, right? So I always leave the door open, even if it's just a percentage of a percent, to the fact that future generations, you know, may make a fool out of some of the things that we consider today as fact, or on the flip side, some of the things that we would say today are impossible. Right? Now, that being said, right? That being said, we know now that we know the origins of most of the text in the Quran, right? We know that most of the text in the Quran are the perspectives and POV of someone who spent a group of people led by one gentleman, or maybe named as the face of the movement, but people who studied the Bible very intensely. And you know, using Occam's razor, Cam's razor, right? They had some disagreements with the way that Rome had, you know, slapped the holy books together. And so they came up with the Quran, right? Characters are pretty much all the same. The characters are pretty much all the same. The stories are pretty much the same. It's just some tweaks, right? It's just some tweaks. It's just some edits. If those two books had come out today, we would compare one to the other and clearly say that one came from the other or was plagiarized from the other, right? But fortunately, we know that wasn't the intention of the people who wrote the Quran, right? How do we know that? Is because we had a gentleman who did a deep study on the origins of the word Quran, and come to find out it's a lectionary, right? So it is basically studying repetitiously, over and over to commit to memory, large tracts of the Bible. That is literally in the etymology of the name Quran. So we get it. You know what I'm saying? They decide to create, just like now, there are lots of different groups that have their own take, spin, perspective on the Bible, or the stories in the Bible, or the narratives in the Bible, or the science in the Bible, or the historic roots of the Bible. So no different, right? The only difference is these guys were like really dangerous and trigger happy with their swords. What is that? Sword happy? Is that knife happy? Yeah, something to that effect. So their opinion spread pretty fast because they had to get down or lay down kind of philosophy. Yeah, get down or lay down, right? And at one point in time, you have the Europeans who had, kind of colonized and kind of trampled over North Africa. And so you have this group, this religion, like fighting back, and there's a mix of white, yellow, brown, and black. So I have to imagine that also had an allure to it, because although the wars, even history writes them down, records them as philosophical wars, you can't help but notice the Christian wars are largely European wars against African or Middle Eastern, brown folks, right? In the abstract sense, even if that wasn't what they intended or how it played out, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of what it was. So you would see people like today, people are recruited to sides before they've ever read a page of the Bible, before they've ever read a page of the Quran, just simply based on anger. I don't like those people that represent that book. So whatever they on, I'm the opposite. Similar to how gang culture grows in the neighborhoods today. You know what I'm saying? If you have a particular neighborhood where people are taken advantage of by, guys wearing a green color, per se, then, if the opposite is the yellow color, then, those guys are going to, eventually that neighborhood will become representing yellow because they're against the green. And, if the yellow overwhelms a neighborhood, then that neighborhood will eventually either become yellow or they'll become green in retaliation. And so it goes on and on and on, because the growth of the organization is not based on the standard of what the organization represents, but human feelings, people being hurt and people being scared, people being hurt, people being scared, and people feeling like there's safety in numbers, period. People being hurt, people being scared, and people feeling like there's safety in numbers. Now, at the core of every large movement, you do have a thinking operating group that has goals, short-term, long-term, whatever. But they use whatever mechanisms that they have available to them to promote. This is why social media is such a dangerous place now, because you can't really tell where ideas are coming from, who's backing people, who's behind, people, who's behind the scenes, who's getting paid, who benefits, now, in our small space, we can look at Unc and then we know what all Unc got going on, right? We know who he used to work for, where he get his check and all, so we kind of know, okay, we get it. If not directly, then indirectly, we know you just kind of a company man. You represent them people, right? We, on the other hand, just kind of expound on, where that came from, the agents of chaos or the seed of Satan, devil's children, right? That's not like a mythical, that's not fairy tale. That's the people who want you to believe that the universe was created from chaos. That is their God, chaos. The universe was created from chaos, right? And so because the universe is created from chaos, you got to cycle that all the way down to really get the relevance of why you should study this every day, why you need to learn this information, why you need to be a part of our church, why you need to teach your kids this, right? Why you need to take this to your organization. Because being with us doesn't stop you from being a Christian, Catholic, Jewish, Muslim, whatever, right? It's something that you add into your toolbox. It's something you add into your toolbox so that you can understand what divine is. And so you can understand symmetry, divine symmetry, right? Fractality, but not in an abstract sense, but how it plays out, right? So for instance, the God of chaos create the universe. So everything is random. So that means that life, scale it all the way down, right? We're going to jump past the planets, the galaxy. We're going to scale all the way down. Life started from random chaos, right? The universe started from random chaos. Life started from random chaos. Well, when you scale that down into your house, right? We scale that all the way down to you, your temple, your body, right? That means that the 1 billion chemical reactions that happens every second inside each one of your cells, right, is random chaos. And so you have to learn these theories. You can't say, oh, it's random chaos and wave your hand off. No. You actually have to know the mechanisms of classical chemistry so you can understand what they're teaching. You can't stand on top of it. You can't press them. You can't stop. You can't defend against what you don't know. Right? So you have to understand that they're serious about this thing. So when it comes down to what happens inside your cell, it's everything bumping into each other. So there are 1 billion chemical reactions that happen in each one of your cells every second. And to the atheist mind, that's the atheist that's masquerading as a scientist, what they're going to tell you is that all these chemical reactions, these are random. And the billion, not, and I'm not exaggerating when I say billion. I mean, you can look up. It might be more than 1 billion chemical reactions in each cell per second. These random, chaotic chemical reactions in your cells accidentally produce and sustain life. Yeah, they're running with this. And so because the universe came into existence by mistake, random, chaos, no purpose, no intent, right? No information, no organization, just chaos. Life started from this blueprint of chaos, randomness, just by chance, life started. right? Just by chance, the DNA started, even though the DNA is an actual code. And it's a baseline code that sits at the bottom of multiple other coding systems, right? So it in of itself is a complex code, and it serves as the baseline for 5 or 6 more coding layers on top of it. Crazy. But that is a random, chaotic, just happened. Got it. And so all what's happening inside the cell is also randomly happening. And so guess what? High blood pressure is able to kill people in the middle of the night. High blood pressure. Oof. You know why? No one knows why. Over 90% of people with high blood pressure, the doctors would tell you they have no idea how they got high blood pressure. They don't know where it comes from. And so most metabolic diseases, chronic illness today, that's the real problem, all have this, well, we don't know. We don't know is random chaos. We don't know is not science, because literally science means to know. It grew into the way of knowing, right? But it means to know, or the way of knowing, like finding out, like how you go, scientific theory and blah, 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 right? So it grew into that, but it's about knowing. So if you don't know, technically, whether it even qualifies as science is still sketchy. Jury's out. Jury's out. And it's almost impossible to know anything in a space where everything is accidental, chaotic, and random. Because if everything's accidental, chaotic, and random, well, how do we have universal constants? See, universal constants automatically by themselves debunk the whole entire atheist philosophy. But again, they'll take it piece by piece and package each constant in its own lie. But the constants themselves debunks everything that the atheists, because what you're saying now is that once you put a constant inside the package of chaos and random, what you're saying is that there's a constant, like, it's like throwing the dice. Imagine this. It's like throwing the dice. Imagine you was somewhere and you was playing dice. Now, I don't know if you play with 2 dice or 3 dice. From New York, we play with 3 dice, right? We play with 3 dice, CeeLo, right? But imagine you was somewhere and you was playing against somebody. Now, this person doesn't go on a hot streak, right? I've played dice before. I've been on hot streaks. I've ran up some numbers, and I've lost the bank plenty of times, right? But I've had some moments. You know what I'm saying? We I had some moments. I've seen friends of mine have moments. I've seen friends of mine lose the bank. You know what I'm saying? Imagine though playing against somebody and they roll the exact same number on the dice every single time they throw the dice. That's what putting a universal constant inside of a random chaos package looks like. The random chaos, I'm going to shake these dice and I'm going to throw them against the wall. Boom. But all 3 dice are going to land on the number 6 every single time. And I'm not even allowed to say it's going to be 6 in advance, because remember, it's random chaos. So even though it landed on all 6s 99 times in a row, the 100th time, I still got to be shocked and surprised because, yeah, it's chaos and random. So, yeah, it's probably going to be something different. No, it's going to be 666 again. And those dice will be considered loaded. In fact, you wouldn't even make it to 100 rolls of dice that land on the same numbers, because once it does that like 3 or 4 times in a row, somebody getting stabbed or shot. Somebody getting stabbed or shot, because we would never even allow that to go on. But because we're working with a 3rd to 5th grade reading level, people throw their good sense out the window because academia has weaponized the grading system. So you feel inferior immediately because you know you dropped out of high school, or you know you didn't study this study, or you didn't do this, that, and the other. So you feel inferior in the conversation. So you don't even though your mind is telling you like, nah, you still go along with, well, okay, because I mean, he got a PhD, or he's got a master's degree, or he's got this or that, or he went to, he went to Cornell. So what does that mean? What does that mean? You know how many times the textbooks have to be rewritten, or they have to change whole sections of textbooks because now we're in a space where it's happening like every 20 years. So when you hear like certain Democrat-run cities, it's only the Democrat-run cities, where they like, the kids don't have textbooks. That's not true. The kids definitely have textbooks. But the problem is the kids have outdated textbooks. That's the problem. So these places where the schools are well-funded, they have up-to-date textbooks. The places where they're saying, oh, we don't have textbooks for the kids in the schools, they have plenty of textbooks, but the textbooks are outdated. The textbooks have the incorrect information in them. So you have to say, wait a minute. Textbooks can have incorrect information? Wait a minute. If P, then Q. If textbooks can have incorrect information, that means the people who were educated using those textbooks now are walking around loaded with incorrect information. And once you become an adult and you're no longer in school, you have to constantly buy updated books. You have to constantly update your operating software. But the problem is 99.99999% of the people walking around update their laptops software. They update their cell phone software, but they don't update their own software. They don't do that. So they stick with old patterns of thinking, old ideas, right? So I wouldn't criticize somebody that got out of a time machine and say, oh yeah, I'm from 500 years, I'm from the 1600s. And, yeah, I believe that a fat white man with a bald head, live in the clouds, created the world, and the world is 6,000 years old. Or somebody else popped out of that same time machine from the same era, like, no, I'm an atheist. God doesn't exist. It is impossible for a fat man to live in the clouds. I wouldn't argue with either one of those people. I would say it's plausible based on, I would say their opinions, their perspective, their point of view is plausible. Not that I agree to it, or I would take it on as my own perspective, but I can understand with your limited information how you came to that conclusion, right? I can empathize with where you're at and maybe some of your frustration. It's like in the early 2000s, from about the time of 2000 to like 2010, right? Any of us that had friends or family members that was in prison for a long period of time, that was coming home in that time period, you know something that the rest of the world doesn't. You have an experience that the rest of the world doesn't. You have experienced a time traveler. If you had a cousin, uncle, buddy, guy from the neighborhood, whatever, that was locked up for maybe 20 years back in the 70s or 80s, and they just got out of jail in the 2000s, you experience what it feels like to meet a time traveler. That person went to prison when TVs like still went off at night, because TVs went off at night before. There wasn't even enough shows to fill up TV overnight. So at a certain time at night, TVs went off. Phones were still connected with wires, right? Payphone was the fly technology. Period. Haven't changed. And back then, it might have been like a nickel or 10 cents. When I was young, the payphone was a quarter. And you would put in like a nickel after your first 5 or 10 minutes to add more time. You know what I'm saying? But they kind of came out into a world with the cars is way different. Mobile phones are turning into cell phones. Everything is crazy, right? Everything is crazy. So in that sense, when they like, yo, I don't know how to do this or that, you can understand, you can empathize with them because they're from a different time period, right? But people running around now with certain ideas and concepts, it's malicious. People running around now with certain concepts, it's malicious. They're purposely looking to mislead you. They're purposely looking to keep you stupid. And a lot of times there's an incentive. They make money from keeping you stupid. There's a lot of money in ignorance, right? There's a lot of money, like understanding how the body works doesn't make you impervious to weakness, doesn't make you impervious to fatness or sickness or whatever. It just gives you, it just gives you the ability to stay healthier longer, to enjoy your life in a way longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, the best thing is being able to whoop your kids at whatever your kids enjoy. For me, I love children. You know what I'm saying? So being competitive, you know what I'm saying, with my children, it keeps me young. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's like Chase went to the movies with his girlfriend this weekend. You know what I'm saying? So since he went to the movies, I was like, oh, okay, we got to go. You know, we got to see the movie first. Yeah. So by the time he came back, we seen the movie too. All right. Now, I'm going to keep it real. I would never have chosen to watch this movie, you know what I'm saying, if he didn't go see the movie. But it keeps me in tune with what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It keeps me in tune with what's going on. And what's going on is crazy, right? Yeah. The movie is The End of Oak Street. So if you saw that movie, you know what I'm talking about. In the middle of that movie, there is a sex scene with dinosaurs. And it's almost like the entire movie was just for this moment. It was crazy. I was like, why do they have a sex scene of dinosaurs in the middle of a movie that's kind of marketed to like teens and 20s? Like, why do they want our youth to, like, what are they doing with this? I just couldn't. I was just like, okay, yeah. The atheists are all over the place. They're all over the place. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? It's not exactly bestiality, but just, it's one of those. Like, what are y'all doing? This doesn't have to be in the movie. There was no reason for that to be in the middle of the movie. Okay, the first minister has tapped in. The first minister done tapped in. Always good to see you, right? We got our newest minister done tapped in, right? We got some future ministers on the tap in. Well, we're gonna have to develop. I think we'll do it this week. I kind of thought of it this past weekend, but it was kind of too late to put it in motion. But I think we're going to start a weekly call. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start a weekly private call, or maybe we'll just do like a on the Patreon. I'll have a conversation on the Patreon, and maybe it may go live or may not, but it'll just be on the Patreon. But just ministers. Just ministers and just the science, you know what I'm saying? Like our elite. It's just for the elite, right? Just for the elite, right? But no, atheism is dangerous and it's killing like lots of people. It's killing a lot of people. That's the thing where I come in. This is health for me. This is about physical health and mental health, right? The idea that the universe is random, life is random. The 1 billion chemical reactions happening in your cells are random. And the interactions outside of the cell, between cells, are also random, right? And when you really extrapolate it like that, when you really break it down like that, it almost becomes impossible. It becomes impossible if you know anything about how the body works or how the universe works, because everything is math and geometry. Or I should say everything is geometry, period. Everything is geometry. Math is inside geometry, right? Music is a different form of geometry. It's geometry though, right? This is why you have to have music for movies, because a movie will give you a one-dimensional, two-dimensional at best vibe. It's not until you add sound, right, that you add depth, that you add dimensions to what you're seeing, right? So there's levels to that, right? You have a visual, right? You have a visual, like you had silent films. So you have a visual, right? Then you can add to the silent film, you can add voices, you can add talking, laughing, right? Crying, yelling, right? All the emotions you can add. So you can add some emotion, right? Just from voices, yelling, laughing, cussing, crying, sexual sounds, whatever. Then you can add environmental sounds, right? Like footsteps, rain, thunder, birds, like you can add, right? Then you can add mood music, orchestration, right? Now, even in 2026, if you notice, real instruments provide better orchestration than digital still, right? And there's a reason for that, right? Because the real instruments, put it like this, is real instruments, then here's digital versions of real instruments, and then here is like just digital music, right? But it adds complete engulfing, right? Adds a complete engulfing, right? Which is how, speaker companies, have learned this technology, and they've learned how to create surround sound and block sound and allow in sound while listening to music, all kinds of stuff your headphones do now. Headphones are like computers now. Headphones are like computers now. You press a button, They can block out the sound around you, and then you can so they don't have to make the sound louder. They can block out the sound around you, right? And then you hit another button and it'll create the same effect while allowing some outside sound to come through. And like it's crazy, but it's just building on the same principles. It's just building on the same principles. And if there was no order and organization, no, not only could life not exist, but the universe couldn't exist. Because everything is regular. Everything in the universe is regular. Everything is regular. Period. Planets have a shape. When you see planets, they all have that shape. Now, they might all be different sizes. You know, they might not be the exact same dimension, but they all kind of got a similar shape. Yeah. They all got the similar shape, right? Stars, similar shape. You know, the way planets and moons and move around one another, all the same, all the same. Everything is regular. Everything is constant. Everything is consistent, right? That is order. That is information, right? That is very regular. Now, the smaller you get, the faster things go. The smaller you get, the faster things go. The faster things go, the easier it is for you to look at it and assume it's chaotic, especially if you don't understand what's happening. So when you have a microscopic little bubble, and inside that microscopic bubble, you have 1 billion changes that happen every second. Think about that. You have 37, you have close to 40 trillion cells in your body. And inside each one of those, every heartbeat, there's 1 billion different changes. And to add more complexity, more difficulty, all of them have to stay synchronized. All of them have to stay synchronized. If they do not, you have disease. If they do not, you have a disease, period. Or you have some symptoms that, if unchecked, will progress into some form of disease, period. We already stamped and put our flag in the sand with our, what's the name of that book? Osiris Diabetes and Respiration. Is that the name of that book? Something to that effect, right? I mean, I could go back to Melanin versus Diabetes, book 1, but I think we got more specific in that book in terms of chronic illness or metabolic disease, all centered around the uncoupling of metabolism and respiration. That is the problem. When metabolism and respiration start to separate, right? Now, fast forward to now, we in another pocket. Sex with dinosaurs. I kid you not, in the middle of the movie. And the movie was otherwise cool. Like, the movie was otherwise a cool movie. It was just a cool movie. Like nothing super special. I'm almost certain nobody's getting an Oscar or bigger role after this or anything. Like, it's just a cool movie. Everything is cool. But in the middle of this movie, they have like a whole big sex scene with dinosaurs. Like, getting it too. I'm like, what is happening right now? Like, why? What is happening right now? Like, this is crazy. Getting it. I couldn't understand it. But I could understand, because I understand that God's children is out here and the devil's seed is out here. Period. And sometimes they winning. You know what I'm saying? Your team don't always get the championship. You know, sometimes you got to regroup, and most times it comes down to that playbook. You know, if you got a really talented team and you're going against another see, when you're in the championship, talent is not an issue. When you're in the championship, talent is not an issue. Period. When you're in the championship, it comes down to the playbook. What are we doing with this playbook? You know what I'm saying? How are we running this playbook? You know what I'm saying? And that comes down to your operating system. That comes down to what you're putting in here, right? Because you got feelings. Feelings get refined into thoughts, and thoughts get refined into actions, right? And then our actions get further refined or processed into what? Culture or socializing, right? So everything has a boom, 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 right? So we just have spent a lot of time, you know, to be able to refine everything. So who has this? Who has this book? I don't even know what book this is exactly. But who has this book? Like, you know what book that is. Actually, I don't. I know this is book 27 in the Spirit Code, right? I know this is book 27. It says so. But there are 3 of these. There are 3 of these books. So I don't exactly know which one you have, or if you have all 3, right? And I don't know what number this is. Is this the number 1, number 2, or number 3? I think this is number 2. Yeah, I think this is book 2. I think this is book 2. Okay, Kev said he got them all. Kev said he got them all. He's not playing no games. All right, so whoever has this book, go to page 787. Go to page 787. All right? Like, hold up, 787? We skipping the whole book. Listen, these books have a lot of words in them. These books have a lot of words, right? All 3 of these books have about 220,000 words in them. And I had to shrink the fonts down, and there are no pictures in these books. So literally, each of these books is over 250,000 words. Yeah, somewhere around that, 250,000. 3 books. 250,000 words a piece. And in order to make it work, because I still had to shrink some stuff down, I had to create this book to catch the overflow, because it was over more than 1 million words. The masterpiece. The masterpiece was over 1 million words with no redundancy. No redundancy. No redundancy. No space and no pictures. All right. If we go to page 787 now, That is the fish scale, right? You can take the kid out the city, but you can't take the city out the kid. We'll leave that there. Anyway, the living fish scale, right? So here we're talking about the biological production of time. Hold on. Before we do this, I kind of feel naked. I need my dad.
But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the wave. I'm the waviest healer. You the devil's seat on demon time. Shadiest nigga. Craziest picture. They made the lies sound familiar. I studied the pattern, now the picture getting clearer. Ancient scripts to modern science, I'm a savant with the scriptures. God is the wave, it's only getting bigger. Looking for the source, had to trace.
All right. So the biological production of time. Every performance begins before the audience hears the first note. Before ATP turns, before muscles contract, before neurons fire, before the thought appears, before the heart beats, an atom has already answered. Now, where are we going with this? I do get a little poetic sometimes. That's how I started this. All right. So remember, now I remember, in case y'all don't, where we ended last time. Chaos and the origins of the devil from a comedic science standpoint, right? Which is the god of atheist science. The god of atheist science. Chaos. Everything is created by chaos. Random. Oh, how are people getting cancer? We don't know. Random. Some people that have genes for cancer get cancer. Some people that have the genes don't get cancer. Lotto pick. Some people that don't have the genes at all still get cancer. Wait a minute. So people that have genes that say that they could get cancer sometimes never get cancer, even if they smoke or drink or eat pork, right? And then some people that don't have any genes or family history of cancer, they might exercise and still get cancer. Oh, this is random. Who knows, right? And that keeps most people from even wanting to try to live a certain type of lifestyle. It's like, for what? Why? Why should I avoid delicious chicken sandwiches from Popeyes when, I mean, yeah, I might still get cancer anyway. And I don't want to look back and have avoided chicken sandwiches for Popeyes for 20 years and ate, dry salads, grass, and then still get cancer. Right? But here's, this look a little crazy. This looked like chaos. how it look on the screen? Well, it looks better on the computer than it looks in front of me. I can't see all of. Yeah, we gotta clean this up a little bit. There we go. Woo! I ain't gonna lie, that felt like a workout. I did like a heavy back workout the other day, and I guess it had like a delayed, you know what I'm saying, like a really delayed, because the day after the workout I was fine. Today though, so here's what you need to know, right? And I've been talking about these things for quite some time, right? You have the number 13 and 22, right? The number 13 is the magic number for motion. "22" sound, right? Why are these magic numbers? Or at least why am I discussing them in the framework of magic numbers? Why am I discussing them that way? Right? Well, when you have still images, those still images begin to move. They have motion after you reach a certain speed, right? So when your eyes see something at between 1 and 12 times per second, it just looks like a still picture, period. This is a still picture. It is not moving, right? But if I change that picture slightly and I show them to you in a fast progression, the moment I get to 13 pictures in less than 1 second, instead of your mind seeing individual images, it's going to see a moving image. It's going to see a motion picture, right? The same thing happens with sound. There's a point where you hear individual sounds, like if I do this, right? You can hear those individual sounds, even if I speed it up, right? But the moment I get to approaching 22 sounds in a second, it sounds like one harmony. Even if it doesn't sound good, it still sounds like music. It sounds like one tapestry, right? So that's how our minds work. That is how the universe works. That's how our body works, right? So it's important to not only understand that you don't see and hear with your eyes and ears, you see and hear with your mind, but it's also important to know how your mind does that, right? So we have also discovered that your biochemistry has a pace. Your biochemistry has a pace. That pace is 750 milligrams per second. Now, when I find this out a long time ago, right? This is one of the things that separated me early on from like the herbalists and the holistic people that was rocking and rolling at the time when I was just coming around, right? Because I'm the blueprint for all of these guys today, right? None of them existed, and there was no type of hip hop holistic healer doing exercise and push-ups and talking about health and food, and that did not exist. I am number one. I am the number one of that, right? Period. I am the first, the originator of that, me. Everybody is riding my wave, period. They've all got surfboards out to jump on my wave. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everybody's riding my wave. Before me, you have the classical guys, right? And if you want to try to slip Ali Muhammad somewhere in there, right? Ali Muhammad wasn't into the health and everything in that kind of sense, right? Did he talk about the body? Absolutely. Did he have herbs and all that stuff out? Absolutely. But Ali Muhammad is kind of like I ain't gonna say a sociopath, but definitely antisocial. And his whole thing was Nation of Islam and trying to recreate what Elijah Muhammad did. And, you know, for him, herbs and stuff at that time was like a secondary or tertiary thing that he just wanted to make sure he could get all the money out of his audience as he could. So he just had that there. But that wasn't his main thing. All right. So, and again, he still didn't have the full package of anatomy, kinesiology, you know, where you're connecting biochemistry to exercise and connecting biochemistry, exercise, and nature. And just, it wasn't there. I'm the first of that. Right. And Ali wouldn't be considered hip hop in any shape, form, or fashion. Not then, not now. Not even after his imitation of Dr. EnQi with trying to put an album out and all that. It just that crashed and burned. Didn't go well, right? Because it wasn't natural. So it alienated his audience and it made him look crazy because it wasn't natural. You know what I'm saying? For me, it's an extension. You know what I'm saying? So my people expect it. If I go too long without some music, they're like, yo, where's the music at? We got it. You on the books and all that. Oh, we got it. You on the herbs and all that, but where's the sounds? You know what I'm saying? So it's expected for me. But when I came out, this kind of separated me. Why? Because 750 milligrams, besides being our discovered pace or threshold for biochemistry, it is also the size of a 00 capsule. A 00 capsule. So maybe you know about herbs, maybe you don't, right? But I know if you've purchased herbs and you've taken them, you notice that some people kind of have like fat capsules, and then some people have the thin, smaller ones, right? It's not about gel versus vegan, right? Because they have gel size capsules in O size and 00 size, right? The small O size is 375 milligrams. The large 00 size is 750 milligrams. Me understanding that this is how nature does its thing, I just, from the jump, had the 00 size. The rest of the people, especially the elders, because that's all it was when I came around. There was nobody. It was just Tassili and them in Atlanta. And then, you know, you had the Hebrews. You had the Hebrews and Tassilis. That was the plant-based vegan herbal culture in Atlanta, right? Period. Tassilis, the Hebrews. End of story. All these fake other people popping along, I don't respect it. You know what I'm saying? The culture was built around Tassilis and around the Hebrew brothers. Period. You know what I'm saying? You had the little off of 5 Points. I forget the name of the place, but they've been there forever. You know what I'm saying? They could be considered as a part of that foundation in Atlanta, right? But there's a little like vitamin herb spot right off of 5 Points. They've been there. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, that's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? The rest of the places, they either left, closed down, or whatever they're going. But those were the three like main pillars, right? And every city kind of similar because it wasn't a big thing. It wasn't a money grab. Very few people was interested in a more, disciplined lifestyle. It wasn't really cool. You know what I'm saying? Okay. We back, I think. God is fake. I became the waviest. Yeah, look. No, that joint is going to drop on a future project. I'm working on something. I'm working on something. That's going to drop. That's going to drop on something. For now, you just gotta.
But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the wave. I'm the waviest healer. You the devil seat on demon time. Shadiest nigga. Craziest picture. They made the lie sound familiar. I studied the pattern, now the picture getting clearer. Ancient scripts to modern science, I'm a savant with the scriptures. God is the wave, it's only getting bigger. Looking for the source, had to trace where the way began. Before church, before Islam in the sacred land. Before the first sermon, vibration already made a man. God is music and rhythm, gave wave a way to dance. Chaos was closing eyes, I found truth would open them. Measured every beat, studied the bodies, coding in. Light hit the pupil, sound hit the ear, information loaded in. Chemistry respond like somebody instructions folded in. I see.
All right. So anyway, so I'm saying is it was a very small culture, right? Very small culture, very small group. And everybody had the small capsules. Everybody had the small capsules. And so when I started, I just immediately started with 00. And everybody got offended because they was like, yo, he trying to cut us. You know, he trying to cut us. If his herbs is the same price as our herbs, but his capsules is twice the size of ours, he violating. Whose man's is this? Who's responsible for this kid? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it rubbed people the wrong way out the gate. Now, 20-some years later, you know, I've been able to get to a space where I feel like, okay, boom, I've created my own audience where I could start to explain some of my logic and reasoning that may have seemed like crazy at the time, right? But for me, this is a pace and we go into it here in the book on page 787 for people just kind of tuning in. We're in this book right here. See? Living cells. And then you see right here, you see I have a capsule. That's a 00 capsule. And if I put it up really close to the screen, no, you can't see it. Oh, you can't see it. That's because you should have one. Right? Let me see if it's on Amazon. Or not, I know it's on Amazon, but let me see if you can see the one clear on Amazon. Oh, here we go. Boop. Okay. All right. Let's jump in here. Now, anybody who's missing books or you don't got books, you want to know what's your first, jump right in with these. Start right in here. And catch up on the other series later. Jump right in here. Okay, so here's number 1. So I was right. It's number 2. So this is 27, number 1. And the one we're in is 27, number 2. Right? And I'm trying to zoom this up so y'all can see the capsule. Right? You see that in there? See what that say in there inside that capsule? Inside that capsule, it says ATP. Inside that capsule, it says ATP. So for me, every 00 capsule, it doesn't bring herbs to my mind. A 00 capsule doesn't bring herbs to my mind. See, every object triggers something. Every object symbolizes something for everybody. That's the way the human brain and the mind works, right? So for me, every 00 capsule represents ATP. Every 00 capsule represents ATP. Why? Because on average, on average, this is how much ATP your body makes per second. On average, your body is making 750 milligrams of ATP per second. The exact same amount that would be in a 00 size capsule. Isn't that interesting? Every heartbeat, your body makes. If you've ever purchased the chemiluminescence, think about that. Think about that. Our herbal detox, which is my first herbal formula ever, is called chemiluminescence. Nobody even knew what that word meant at the time. But the ATP production is where the chemiluminescence of cells comes from. When I was making chemiluminescence, science had not even caught up with the fact of chemiluminescence in human cells yet. I want y'all to understand that. Scientific journals did not confirm chemiluminescence when I confirmed it. It took until 2017 for the first papers to come out on not even human chemiluminescence in a broad sense, but just in a specific sense in terms of when a sperm fertilizes an egg, there's a flash of light at the moment of conception, and you know that egg has been successfully fertilized. Then that's the first confirmation. Then almost 10 years later in 2025, separate group of scientists confirm that a cell dies. You can get a timestamp on the moment of a cell dying when its lights go off. So that's how far ahead the learning curve we was. Anybody with us, you was 10, 15 years ahead of the learning curve. And the learning curve is still curving because just because something appears in a scientific journal, it's not in the textbooks yet. It's in tomorrow's textbooks. It's in today's Dr. EnQi books, but it's in tomorrow's. And when I say tomorrow, who knows when that tomorrow is? It might be the 5 years, 10 years, 20 years textbooks. It might be your grandchildren's textbooks, right? But we had chemiluminescence. That was the first. People say, you made that word up. That's not even a real word. Where do you get that from? Studying cells and studying Kemet. Kemet said that we have light in the body. And so I've been searching to find it. And it took me a little while, but yeah, there it goes. Boop. So when I came with my first herbal compound, chemiluminescence. What's the purpose of chemiluminescence as an herbal compound? Well, to beef up the NRF2 system. What does the NRF2 system in your cells do? The NRF2 system, its first primary job is to stop any electrophiles from attacking the cell, which means the NRF2's job is to protect the light that your cell produces, to simplify it. The NRF2 system's job is to protect the cell's light, the cell's electrical system, right? But mind you, this is what I'm thinking, and the early 2000s. I'm doing my studies of all this in the 90s. I'm rolling this out to people in the early 2000s. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. I'm like the Charlie Brown teacher. Boom, bam, boom, bam, bam, boom, bam, bam. Boom, bam, boom, bam, bam, boom, bam, bam. I have to give Dr. Africa some credit because Dr. Africa was the only person, even though he was kind of scared of me. You know what I'm saying? But he was the only person that really understood that I was on something. You know what I'm saying? He was like, and then we had been on the same stage a few times, but by the time we got to Wayne State and we did a lecture, it was like, It was kind of weird. I'll just say that. It was weird energy. You know what I'm saying? It was weird energy. You know what I'm saying? But he knew that I was going to be the next, you know, well, he knew I was going to put this thing on, you know what I'm saying? I was going to put this thing on my shoulders and carry this thing. Right? But that's where I was at, you know, a couple decades ago. Right? So the 00, the ATP, the chemiluminescence, the NRF2, all of that I put into one product. And so for me, even a product should teach. Even a product should be a teaching moment, right? You should be able to pull out chemiluminescence and somebody be like, what's that? You go herbal detox. I know you don't read the books. I know you don't study the material. A person go, what's that? You supposed to, right? You got them now. Bop, 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 bop. Somebody just asked you a question and gave you their attention. You're supposed to go right in. What's chemiluminescence, right? What's this, what's that? You're supposed to break it down. Right? You're supposed to be breaking it down. Anyway, so I don't want you to get stuck on the number though. Right? I don't want you to get stuck on the 750 milligrams per second. Right? Because that's not why we have that. Right? And a lot of people, they'll do that with these. Right? They'll do that with these. Like, oh, that's a threshold. Cool. But what you got to understand is what it represents. If you don't know what it represents, then it's not that miraculous or special, and you definitely can't do anything with it because it's not a tool. You don't understand it. It's not till you understand it that it becomes a tool, right? So like with understanding that 13 or more pictures in a moment becomes motion from stillness, right? Or life from death in an aspect, right? You get life. 13 represents the resurrection or becoming alive, right? Because back in the days, our ancestors would have looked at stillness, right? Not moving, right? A thing that's not moving is a dead thing, and a thing that's moving is a living thing, right? So 12 represents the dead, and then 13 is when they come alive, right? In your mind, for you to understand this process, you have to know, okay, hold on. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about light, you know, hitting what? Photopsin and rhodopsin are the main pigments. Then once you get past them, you know, you're getting to the melanin, you know, the RPE. And then from there, you got the neurons taking that to the back of the brain. And so you need to know how that information gets translated into electrical signals, and then how those electrical signals travel two separate parts of the brain, you know, one for hormones and biological purposes, and the other track to, you know, create this living movie that we're in, right? To create what you see around you, right? So it's one thing to understand the number. It's another thing to understand all the processes, right? So when we get to a body, with 37 trillion cells in it, and each one of those cells is doing over 1 billion chemical reactions per second, it becomes difficult to find the one thing, right? The one number, the one equation, the one threshold that can represent everything else, right? But we did that. Right? And it's ATP. It's the one thing that represents the everything else, right? On a macro scale, without really understanding how the body works, it's easy to go, oh, no, that would be the heartbeat, right? Because the heartbeat is the thing that kind of, right? But if we put the heartbeat next to ATP, ATP doesn't require a heartbeat to exist. But the heartbeat requires ATP to exist, right? And, you know, it's one mirrored system on top of the other. It's just one mirrored system on top of the other. You know what I'm saying? But again, from the time I was a kid, my father wired my brain different. So the one thing that made me a black sheep amongst my contemporaries and even my elders was that my mind never sat out to debunk anybody that was on the natural path. If you was on the natural path, I was, you know, I was enthralled. I was inspired by whatever it was you were saying and doing. And so when I heard things that would be considered outlandish, I wanted to find how those things were true, not necessarily per se to debunk them. You know what I'm saying? Like one day I'll give you an example. And this is when like it was other stuff that happened to separate, you know, me and Ali back in the days. But this was like one of the biggest things early on, like before he got weird with the money and stuff like that. Like this was one of the main things, philosophically, that separated us. We was at the crib because I would bring my crew down to his crib, and you know we'd come with books and you know grab some vegan food or whatever, and go to Ali crib, and we pull out the books and we do our thing like that. And so I put Ali on to Arnold Ehret, right? And I'm like, yo, before you keep talking about Dr. Sebi, you need to read this. Because this is where a lot of Sebi philosophies come from, right? And mind you, I had no idea that he was going to take that. Like we did a lecture somewhere after that. I forgot which city we went to. But he didn't do his regular slideshow. He did like a whole slideshow of attacking Dr. Sebi from the Arnold Ehret book. And after, because, you know, we live, so I can't, you know, but after, I'm like, yo, what are you doing, bro? I didn't give you that for that. That's not what I gave you that for. I gave you that so you could follow the lineage of where this concept of, you know, solar alkaline diet, like where this comes from. So you could get, you know, because there's a lot of space in between like Sebi in Africa and like Kemet, or if you with Islam or whatever your thing is, the Persian, you know, tribe of Shabazz or something. Like there's a lot of space in there. So I'm like, well, in order for us to be official at what we're talking about, we kind of need to do the history on where these concepts come from, right? So we can see how science has added to or taken away from these concepts and how they changed over time. So when we out and we really having debates or arguments with people, you know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as deep waters for us. We prepared to go as deep as you want. You know what I'm saying? Because we already did the history. But yeah, that just never was my philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Now with social media, I can understand what he was doing. So it makes more sense to me that he went that route, because that's the way you get your name out there, the 50 Cent route. You know what I'm saying? You don't collaborate, or you don't honor, you disrespect. And people, you know, look at you like, oh, what did he say? You know what I'm saying? You get a lot of people's attention that way. You know what I'm saying? But that never was my mindset. I always wanted to figure out how something worked. You know what I'm saying? And the more obscure a thing sounded, the more time I would put into trying to figure it out. You know? So in terms of the human body having 40 trillion cells and all of those cells having over 1 billion different reactions, the one thing that every single cell is tied to is this energy production. Now, even though I have always promoted, you know, Jewel Pookrum, Sabi, Africa, whoever, you know what I'm saying? Robert Becker, you know what I'm saying? Arnold Eric, even, you know what I'm saying? Like all of the people in that lineage of alternative health ideas, I still critique. And be like, no, they tripping. Yeah, we got to throw that out. Replace that with this, right? But I still give honor and reverence because we have a vantage point of starting here. Like when I move the bar and go, okay, well, it's this and this. Now you have a vantage point of starting here because I've already did 30 years of research to get here. You don't got to do that. You can just start right here and go forward, right? So you still got to give props and respect to the OGs, even if you're like, yeah, that needs to go. That's kind of incorrect. We need to bring this in. We need to bring that in. We need to, you know what I'm saying? So this is important for a variety of reasons, right? Energy, right, is a way for the atheist to hide the truth about reality. Right? Just using the word energy is a Jedi mind trick. Just using the word energy, right? Because anybody that's well studied on the subject would tell you energy is information. Energy is information. Energy is information, right? Energy is information. So go ask any atheist if the creation of the world required information. They're going to tell you no. They're going to tell you no. But at the same time, they're going to tell you it was energy, random and chaotic energy. Like, wait a minute. Hold on. Energy is information. Information is energy. They're the same thing. They're not separate, right? They're the same thing. So in the beginning, there was waves of information. The moment you learn that energy is information, all atheists got to go, us sensei. Us sensei. Now, in your absence, they could run around and play, you know, try to sharpen up their arguments with people less seasoned or whatever the case may be, if you have time for that kind of thing, right? But energy is information. So you could just run around and unalive, just take their heads off. Take their heads off. Ask them to prove that energy is not information. And ask them if, according to Einstein, just take their heads off, separated from their body. Ask them to prove that energy is not information. When they fail, ask them if creation can exist without information. It's because energy is information. So what does that mean? That means that we can change the E on E equals MC squared to I equals MC squared. Information equals mass and matter. Yeah, because energy is information. Energy is information. They are the same. They are one and the same. If energy was not information, you would not be able to hear. You would not be able to see. The reason why what you're looking at right now, like when you're looking at the screen, look at this. You see all kind of different colors and shapes and everything. That's because each photon that is hitting your eye is being translated into electrical binary signals that your brain puts back together. Because each one of them is also information. Each photon is information. It's not carrying information, it is information. How do we know that? Well, because photons can't carry anything. They don't have a mass. So the only thing a photon can bring is itself. My mic is on to this arm, so I can't drop it. I can give you a marker drop. I can give you a marker drop, right? I can give you a marker drop, and then I can give you a moment.
But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the wave. I'm the waviest healer. You the devil seat on demon time. Shadiest nigga. Craziest picture. They made the lie sound familiar. I studied the pattern, now the picture getting clearer. Ancient scripts to modern science, I'm a savant with the scriptures. God is the wave, it's only getting bigger. Looking for the source, had to trace where the way began. Before church, before Islam in the sacred land. Before the first sermon, vibration already made a man. God is music and rhythm, gave wave a way to dance. Chaos was closing eyes, I found truth would open them. Measured every beat, studied the bodies, coding in. Light hit the pupil, sound hit the ear, information loaded in. Chemistry respond like somebody instructions folded in. I see the signature in spirals, measuring the architecture, numbers in the heavens and the body, math and lecture. Heartbeats time, every cell a little record keeper. The body God's booth, every feature flow deeper. Hydrogen ether, melanin speaker, mitochondria running, divine serpent, keep the composition humming. Fine tuning the universe, angles keep recurring. Degrees under the microscope, quantum music emerging. They say God was fake.
He's already engulfed in religious thinking. That's okay. But when he tries to apply the religious thinking to scientific concepts and ideas, that is when the conversation takes an evil and wild turn.
You niggas do no research. You don't do no work. You do no research. You don't do no work. That's my problem.
God was fake. I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the wave, I'm the waviest healer. You the devil seat on demon time. Shadiest nigga, craziest picture. They made the lie sound familiar. I studied the pattern, now the picture getting clearer. Ancient scripts to modern science, science, I'm a savant with the scriptures. God is a wave, it's only getting bigger. Ancient pupils watching at the sky, learning God geometry. Double seed using trigonometry to the sky's eye. Trigonometry, different generations, same creation, same mystery. I put history by the science, started hearing the symphony. No, what's sign of the waveform rising out the water. Genesis breath organized 92 in order. Muslim sheep in a deep sleep. Some say don't bother, but the author for the father. So I gotta go harder. If the word made the world, then the word had to travel. If the breath made the man, inspiration unravel. But the heart keeps the time, every pulse is a gabble. Beats bang truths to reheard the cattle. I walk with the staff, every footstep and no down. Fake scholars talk shit when it go round. Sinister but army, a devil finishes. We got motion, spirit code, but created ministers. If it ain't the spirit code, I don't wanna hear it, bro. Anybody get it though? Walk light like you pigeon toe. Waving the light, waving the sound, waving the heavens, wave on the ground, waving the breath on the lungs, waving the pulse, waving the blood. I don't give a fuck who here. On God, this for who's here. You clear this for who's here. Respect, bruh, this for who's here. Yeah. Measure the shapes, measure the time, measure the body, measure the sky. Follow the pattern wherever it winds. Same math wave is the sign. Now I study hieroglyphs and ancient scripts. Uncle Jabari talk just cause they got lips. Hidden the oracle said, aha, Germany created not God. Creation on the octane drip, I pop my shit. Suit new certified on my doctor shit. Haters gotta quit, they opposite. I got offset here and I'm hot as shit. Now give me the drum, give me the bass. Give me the time, give me the space. Give me the numbers, give me the shape. Start singing, order my steps, create my pace. Hundreds of books, net your sanction. The intelligence ain't artificial, it's ancient. God is music, water is the stage. I'm writing page after page, surfing God way. They say God was fake, I became the atheist killer. The proof in the math, now the faith getting realer. God is the wave, I'm the wavy healer. You the devil, see them demon time. Shadiest nigga, craziest picture. They made the lie sound familiar. I study the pattern, now the picture getting clearer. Ancient scripts of modern science, I'm a savant with the scriptures. God is the wave, it's only getting bigger. It ain't the spirit code, I don't wanna hear it, bro. Anybody get it though? Walk like you pigeon toe. Waving the light, waving the sound, waving the heavens, wave on the ground, waving the breath on the lungs, waving the pulse, waving the blood. I don't give a fuck who here. Oh God, this for who's here. Clear this for who's here. Respect, bruh, this for who's here. Measure the shapes, measure the time, measure the body, measure the sky. Follow the pattern wherever it winds. Same math wave is the sun.
You do no research. You don't do no work. That's my problem.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna put that work on it real quick. So, no, I like that song. That song is. So this is an actual speed, right? It's a pace, right? So I don't want people to get lost in, okay, 700 milligrams per second, because obviously, right? Obviously, my 11-year-old and, LeBron James are not exactly producing the same amount of ATP per second, right? But it's a pace. It's a threshold that's pretty accurate for most people, right? It's pretty accurate for most people. And what it represents is everything on top of it. Everything on top of it. So every single chemical reaction that happens in every single one of your cells, the ones that we know of and the ones that'll be discovered in the future, all are represented by this number. The ones we know of and the ones that we don't are represented by this number. Right? This is another thing. And shout out to Harwin, right? Shout out to Harwin, one of our future ministers, right? Every single chemical reaction, biochemical reaction your body has is here, is represented by this number. Every single everything. Every single everything. Every single chronic illness, chronic disease is here, is represented somewhere here, right? Period. Because this represents what? ATP represents what in your body? I want you to say it so it starts to settle in your mind. ATP represents what? Two things. It represents energy, right? Got it. But what else? Information. Represents energy and information. Bioavailable energy, which means bioavailable information. See, we're the first of this. We're the first of this. Right? And so the people will watch, copy, and then they'll be on somebody's talk show like, hey, biological wealth. My name is Brother Tacky. And so biological wealth, I've come up with this concept. Really? You came up with a concept? It's interesting because there's another man's name in the actual books published on said concept. So we actually think another guy came up with that. But it's cute that you're passing yourself off as him. Because he'll pop up soon and he'll take the, yeah. Since biological wealth, we having that conversation, big bank will take little bank. Yeah, big bank will take little bank. That's a concept. Economic concept. Big bank take little bank. Yeah. And since your mind is that small, you got to steal my information. Clearly, that makes me the big bank. And so, yeah, big bank will be coming to take their small bank. Yeah. You're betting against the house. And the house always wins. Right? So, when we're talking about ATP, we're talking about energy, but we're also talking about information, right? And when I came with this information, I was the cornerstone. They say Christ is the cornerstone that people rejected, or Masonic, if you know Masonry, right? The cornerstone that people rejected. Well, the cornerstone that the people rejected, right? Religious people and most Masons, they don't really dig into it too deep, right? Most Masons, they don't dig into it because they only memorizing whatever they need to get promoted through degrees. It's not like they're going to live these concepts. And religious people, they just get romantic with it. And they go, Jesus is the cornerstone, and blah, blah, they get lost, right? But what is talking about? The cornerstone that people rejected, right? In the Bible, later parts of the Bible, is talking about Hosea 4:6, right? My people are dying for lack of knowledge because they rejected knowledge. They rejected knowledge. They rejected that cornerstone. They rejected that foundation that they were supposed to build on. And when you have a faulty premise, when your foundation faulty, everything comes down. So that's me, the cornerstone that people rejected, right? But also in the same, when God opened the door for you, no man can close it. So we've watched lots of folks come and go, and come and go, and come and go, and come and go. And I'm still here. Right? But when I came with this the first time, all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose before I could even get into detail with it. Now, my brother Van, who's deeply religious, and his father and grandfather, and he comes from he immediately recognized what I was doing. He came up with a name. He was like, oh, this is the moment. You have literally found the soul. You found the soul. Like, you literally found the actual spirit. And so that was the nickname. He was like, okay, you got goats and then you got folks. Founder of the soul. Goats and folks, right? But the reason why it didn't, is because all of the Sebi people attacked me. All of the Dr. Sebi people attacked me, right? And that's in my black circles, right? But then I have my white folks that listen, right? And so the white folks are kind of like Robert Becker people, right? So the Robert Becker people attacked me, right? Because Robert Becker came with the concept that the body was electric. Dr. Sebi kind of really promoted that concept. People attribute it to him, but it was around before him. He kind of grabbed hold to it, right? And kind of popularized it so people associate it with him. At least people who don't read, they associate the concept with him. Because prior to Dr. Sebi, to hear anything about bioelectricity or the human body being electric, you had to actually read books. Yeah, you had to read some books somewhere, right? Which Sebi helped to promote himself further by telling all his followers not to read any books. So you wouldn't find out any of the, you wouldn't be able to peek behind the curtain. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so before Sebi, you had to read to hear that anywhere, right? But what I came with, I was saying, and I'm still saying, the human body is not electric. It runs on light. It runs on light, right? We need electricity. Yes, there's electricity running through our bodies, but that's not like the star of the show. That's not the star of the show, right? And I take people back in the science journals, right? Because the science journals tell us that mitochondria was a separate organism. And then mitochondria, chaos and random, somehow our original, cells way back then, a zillion years ago, right? They just so happened to stumble on to mitochondria and swallow some mitochondria, and it worked out. Mitochondria felt happy, safe and secure inside the cell, and the cell felt good because now the mitochondria was doing some stuff that it couldn't do by itself, and it was like a match made in heaven, but it was totally chaotic and random. Or you get the flip side of the story, right? Mitochondria was like an invasive species, and they were just invading cells, and so they just landed in this one type of cell where it was a good relationship. All of the rest of the cells that they invaded, they kind of died off. So there's no proof of those cells ever existing. Just theoretical. It's like a lot of the chaos and random stuff, right? But the one thing we know from examining today mitochondria and human cells is that however the origin story is, we know there's some fact to them being a separate organism because they do their own thing. They have their own, whole program. They reproduce on their own. They got their own separate DNA, all that. Like they doing their own whole thing, right? And it's actually mitochondria. that receives your food. Mitochondria gets the carbs. Mitochondria gets the fat, right? I know it's a wild concept to think that there's another creature in your body that you're eating for, but technically, that's what you're doing, right? When you break down fats and you break down sugars, part of that goes to the trash, right? We take the oxygen, the CO, and the carbon, we package that, we get rid of that. Urine, sweat, breath, we get rid of that. Trash. The part we keep, the hydrogen, we break that hydrogen down into electrons and protons. And we use NAD and FAD to feed those electrons and protons to the mitochondria. The mitochondria use those. Yeah, the mitochondria use those. And then the mitochondria spits out this. This, ATP. And the ATP is the thing that our cells actually use for energy, right? But it's not electric energy. The closest you get to electric energy is maybe electrostatic pressure in terms of, you know, like keeping all of the negative charges compressed or bonded together, right? But when you break the bond, the exothermic energy released is light and kinetic energy. Obviously, it's kinetic energy because you have a force or some degree of an explosion, right? So an explosion is always going to go outward, right? But the energy released is thermal energy, right? Light, heat, right? So you have light that is released from the ATP. And that is what our cells use, right? To do whatever they do, right? So when I come out, I don't know, 2012 or 2015 or something, or maybe even earlier, I'm like, hey, the body is not exactly electric. Your body actually runs on light. I'm expecting everybody's going to be happy, right? Because that's what, you know, at least I might be in a different place, but everybody rallies around the Bible or Kemet for our history, right? As if the rest of the planet didn't exist. And I'm cool with that, right? We have a biblical history. We have a Kemetic history. And clearly, every Black person on Earth comes from this little small space. Whole other conversation, but I'm with it. Yeah, I'm with it, right? So I'm thinking everybody's going to be happy because, boom, I just discovered it and I proved it. The body is running on light. And I could back it up because we got a whole network of different pigments. Yeah, we got a network of different pigments and piezoelectric materials to harness that and send it through the nerves and the woo, woo, woo. They didn't hear nothing I said. All they heard was I said was Dr. Sebi was not correct. And all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. Right? So, and it really, to me, wasn't that deep. Right? Because a part of my research further was, in my mind, I was doing what Dr. Sebi would have done anyway had he still been alive. Right? Because most people, they think health research is looking up somebody like me and figuring out what I'm saying. That's not health research. Health research is the first hand. You got to do that in books. You got to do that with experiments. You have to do that with people. First-hand information. Which is why in Melanin versus Diabetes book 1, you know, most of what I was basing my findings on was me running the 40-day fruit fast for almost 10 years. 2, 3, 4, 5 times a year sometimes. So I had so many different people, white, black, American, African, Chinese, this one, that one, kids, sick people, healthy people. I had such a wide amount of data to look at from all kinds of people that had tried the 40-day fruit fast with us, from professional athletes, professional bodybuilders, all the way down to somebody who the doctor said, you got 2-3 weeks left, right? To get all of this information and do nothing with it, for me, would have been a crime. I got a decade worth of using a very specific pattern of eating, pattern of supplementing with everyone. So I can see patterns in the results that wouldn't even become, like, wouldn't even become real to people until much later. Like, here's another article that came out that verifies something that we had already been. Where is it? I should always have a GOAT book around. That's crazy. I have a few copies of the GOAT book, and I feel like it should always be like one. Yeah, I like to have that. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Just as I'm saying it. There she goes, right? And this is not even my reading copy because this is still kind of fresh and new. So if you have this book, let me show you what I'm talking about. Pull this book out. If you have this book, pull this book out and turn to page 490. Go to page 490. When you go to page 490, we have an article that, when I say I felt like they had the books, I feel like a billionaire must have saw what we was doing and was like, yo, let's test and let me put together a crew and test and see what this dude with these gold teeth talking about. Because literally, here's the abstract of the article. African Americans are disproportionately burdened by metabolic diseases. While largely unexplored between Caucasian and African Americans, differences in mitochondrial bioenergetics may provide crucial insight to mechanisms for increased susceptibility to metabolic diseases. African Americans display lower total energy expenditure and resting metabolic rate compared to Caucasians. Full stop. This is not me. This is not, some Umar Johnson sounding militant, fake nationalist type of person, right? It's not a hip hopper with gold teeth from the Bronx, right? These are Russian. These are largely white folks. This is a group of white folks. This is a group of white folks, right? It's a group of white folks that put this together. Funded by white folks, done by white. The research was funded by white folks and done by white folks. Now, we can argue that it may have been intended to stay amongst white folks. But unfortunately, one of us is in the room. I'm in there. And I'm like, Dad, what? What the white homie said? Hold up. How'd that go, son? Rewind that back, God. I'm in there. Wherever I'm at, I'm me still, right? But the difference is I speak to my comfort zone. But that doesn't mean, like most people, that I'm blocked out of the conversation. Because I could easily listen to what you're saying, medical, MD or surgeon or PhD research. We can. I'm fluent in doctorese, right? I'm fluent, right? It's like a person sitting there, they speak English, right? They speak hood, they speak Ebonics, right? But maybe a Chinese couple sit right next to them and start talking crazy about them. They don't know the person sitting there. They might have, Drake in the headphones or Hove or whatever, and they might look however they look, but they might also speak Chinese. They might be fluent in Chinese. So when you sitting there talking crazy in Chinese, at a certain point, I might just take off my headphones and say something back to you in Chinese, and let you know, I ain't gonna jump on you, but you probably want to tone that down because we all over the place. And some of us, we might speak a little Spanish. We might speak a little Chinese. We might speak a little doctorese, right? So be careful because we out here, right? And then I might translate. Yeah, see, I'm a good translator. I might translate and go, wait a minute, here's what it say. They're saying African Americans display lower total energy expenditure and resting metabolic rate compared to Caucasians, right? That means that just based on biochemistry, Black people, because they've done this test on African Americans and Caucasians in America, right? Black people's bodies, their mitochondria, their ability to produce ATP and use ATP is more efficient than Caucasians, right? And so most Black people, right, if they hear that and they go, oh, is that what the scientific journals are saying? They getting ready to celebrate. Anytime we celebrate, we pulling out Hennessy. Yeah, we pulling out. They getting ready to pull out the Hennessy. They getting ready to roll up. Yo, roll up, son. That was crazy, son. Son, that article said, what happened now? The Black folks is way stronger than the white folks. Yeah, man, roll up to that, man. That was crazy. Hold up. That's not what the article said. The article did not say Black folks are stronger than white folks. Okay. Didn't even say they were better, right? In fact, it's not even the whole article or the whole abstract, right? You've got to keep reading to get some context, right? Because if you got a little seasoning on you, that's going to sound like a problem, like when I first read it. Not something to celebrate. It's a problem, right? And they investigating the problem. So here's how it continues. African Americans display lower total energy expenditure and resting metabolic rate compared to Caucasians, but paradoxically have a higher amount of skeletal muscle mass, suggestive of inherent energetic efficiency differences between the two races. So now they're saying we have better skeletal muscles than they do. So now you're like, now we can celebrate. Now you got to still pump the brakes. We ain't got through but 2-3 sentences yet. In this book, this entire article, it starts on page 490. And it ends on 530. So that's about 40 pages. Of those 40 pages, maybe like 5 or 10 of those pages are like references and notes. So you got like 30 pages of information. That's just 2 or 3 sentences, right? We keep going. Such adaptations would increase the chances of overnutrition in African Americans. You gotta put your hand up so the teacher call on you, you know. I'm sorry. What's overnutrition? Because see, I'm from the neighborhood. I had ketchup sandwiches. You know what I mean? A lot of Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid with no sugar. Kool-Aid with no sugar. You know what I'm saying? Kool-Aid with no sugar. Yeah. Mayonnaise sandwich. Kool-Aid with no sugar. That might have been a fantastic dinner. There was plenty of nights where a mayonnaise sandwich, you don't have nothing else in your fridge but just like mayonnaise, right? And you got some bread. Okay, you good. Especially if you toast them joints, you cooking, right? You ain't got no sugar. Sugar like $3, $4. Pack of Kool-Aid is 20 cents, 25 cents. We can get us. Yeah, because back then it was even less, like 15 cents, something like that. 15 cents, 20 cents, because you get like 6 or like 7 for $1 back then. So yeah, you can go get you a pack of Kool-Aid. Yeah, you got some flavored water, mayo sandwich, right? We coming out of those situations, right? So we coming out of those situations, we trying to eat, right? I got to eat, right? We conclude success is eating. Yeah, success is eating. Lots of eating, lots of drinking, right? We don't have a concept of overnutrition. So this is why we happen to pump people's brakes on the concept like, oh, is that good for you? Yeah, so let me start taking some of that. Ho. Just because that's good for me don't mean you need to start taking some. And just because you see me take X amount, even if you should take some, it doesn't mean you need the same amount as I need. We got to figure out how the body works. And so you figure out what it is that you need and just take that, right? But it's also telling you something about the model of health. Because the model of health is created based on Caucasian people, right? That means we have proof in writing that following as a Black man, Black woman, Chinese man, Chinese woman, Filipino, etc., following another's blueprint doesn't work for you. And in this context, Caucasian or white people is just arbitrary, right? Because it would be the same for white people if Black people were the standard of health, right? Following our blueprint may not work for them in every sense. Or if Chinese people were the standard of health, white folks and Black folks would be like, yo, we got to figure out our thing because following, a 5-foot guy that's 105 pounds soaking wet, that ain't, your mama, she might have one butt cheek that's 100 pounds. Like we just not that small. Like we just not that small, right? So your whole program, your genetic blueprint, and how your fuel system works to move that genetic blueprint forward may not work for me, right? So it's important because we've had arguments in the past, and a lot of people who I've argued with over years, right? They study other disciplines. And because the debate space on the internet is kind of like boxing, not even boxing. Boxing is a bad analogy. The debate space on the internet is much more like the UFC. And I'll tell you why. Boxers all study boxing before they become professional boxers. And while they're professional boxers, they continue to study boxing. UFC is different, right? Mixed martial artists, they come in there with anything. You could be a boxer, karate guy, jiu-jitsu guy, taekwondo guy, street fighter. You could be anybody with the confidence to get in the ring and fight. And whatever your discipline is, that's your discipline. The online debate space is kind of the same. So me having the health background, the health study, I'm arguing with people. Like, I had a debate with a guy who considers himself a student of Noble Drew Ali. And so he's telling me that black doesn't really exist and it doesn't matter. And I'm telling him that kind of concept is the reason why millions of people are dying every day. Because black definitely means something. It definitely means something. And if you're ignorant to that because you just think that all humans are the same, you're the problem, not part of the solution. You're part of the problem, right? Because if your skin is dark, right, for me, it doesn't mean, oh, okay, well, my social status is this, or my social, no. What having a eumelanin dominant skin means is all the way down to your mitochondria. Everything is different. Not better, not worse. Even though you might be more efficient with energy, and you may have a different muscle, natural muscle tone, right? Where you have more fast twitch muscle, which gives you more energy efficiency because fast twitch muscle has its own sugar, right? Has its own sugar. As you go through the article, you'll see that those are the things that give you the higher diabetes risk and the higher cancer risk. Yeah, because the way fast twitch muscle works is very similar. You know, it creates a cancer-ish environment, right? So having more fast twitch muscle, if you don't exercise, it like gives you more responsibility. If you don't exercise and take care of those fast twitch muscles will help your body become cancerous. They will help your body become cancerous, right? Those fast twitch muscles will help your body become diabetic, type 2, right? So they could be advantageous in some spaces, and in other spaces, right? You might want to have more slow twitch muscle, right? This is why we look at the world of sports. You always have breakthrough people, but typically sports are dominated by race. Period. You always have breakthrough people. You're going to have a great black guy in a white sport or white dominated sport, or you have a great white guy in a black dominated sport. But typically, unless there are rule changes like we've seen in the NBA, it's going to be what it's going to be. You know, like they changed the Euro step and some of that stuff. It's called Euro step to allow Europeans to have some moves that are based on their physiology and anatomy so that they could dominate. Joker, what's the other one? Luka Doncic, they would not have dominated in yesterday's basketball game. Period. That's why guys like Dirk Nowitzki, Larry Bird, Stockton, and some of these guys, they're legends for a reason. They dominated before the rule changes. That's why Floyd Mayweather's a legend, no matter what people say, right? Because before him, you never had a black fighter go 50-0. Why? Because boxing is primarily a sport of endurance. It's a sport of endurance. Sure, you could be like Mike Tyson and be physically gifted, but that window is very small. So you'll dominate for a small period of time, right? But the guy who can go the 12 rounds or the 15 rounds and still look in round 12 the way he looked in round 2 or 3, that's kind of going to be the guy that's going to set the tone for the sport. Right? So when you look at long running, you don't see black folks dominating over there. Right? Period. You don't see it because our bodies don't really have the gift of endurance. We can build it, but we don't have the gift of endurance. Right? We've got the gift of explosiveness. Right? Yeah. So sprinting, forget about it. Sprinting is so super specific that Jamaica dominates. Jamaica and Kenya. Why? Because there are 2 or 3 gene anomalies that are dominant in Jamaicans and Kenyans. Right? The genes are spread out all over the globe, but Jamaicans and Kenyans have the super fast twitch sprint genes. So, period. Most of the people that are going to win the 50, the 100, 200 even maybe, those are going to be the people with the explosion. Right? But that's not going to be the person usually that wins the 400 or the marathon, because that is a different type of sport. Even though it's still running, totally different type of sport. Right? So important to have something like this in writing. Now, we keep going. Overnutrition, right? Overnutrition leads to obesity. Overnutrition leads to diabetes. So when it says such adaptations would increase the chance of overnutrition in African Americans, if we keep reading, it says, these disparities would not explain the racial difference in insulin resistance in healthy subjects. Hallmarks associated with insulin resistance, such as reduced mitochondrial oxidative capacity and metabolic inflexibility, are present even in healthy African Americans without metabolic disease. Ready to slam this book on the ground. You understand what they're saying? They're saying your genetics are so different that just you and your regular natural self can be qualified as having a disease. You could be a healthy person and go get checked out and be qualified for a disease and be put on medication just as you are. Healthy though, you regular healthy. But the standard is these values. And these numbers is based on a Caucasian body. Your numbers as a natural black person is different. Your numbers as a natural Chinese person is different. In fact, totally different. You could take a white person, put him in the middle, Chinese person, put him over there, black person, put him over there. The Chinese person is going to look malnutrition, and the African American person is going to look overnutrition if we use the Caucasian person as the standard. If we use the Chinese person as the standard, the white person and the black person look crazy. In fact, the white person looks kind of sick-ish, but the black person looks crazy, super crazy. So that's why we've never really promoted just random diet to everybody. Everything has been personalized. Personalized. What's your goals? Who are you? Right? Who are you? What's your goals? Like, I'll never forget the first person I got that was an ex-Dr. Sebi person, disgruntled with Dr. Sebi. And she hit me up for a consultation. And this is early 2000s. And we spent a few hours on the phone talking. And she described everything. And she was exercising. And her weight wasn't, crazy. And she's already on, plant-based, this, and that. We went through so many different possibilities. And I was just like, yo, look, respectfully, right? You a white lady, right? You German, both your parents are German. That's what I want you to do, right? Don't take any disrespect from this, but why don't you try to just eat you a little piece of medium rare steak? She was like, what? She kind of got offended, right? So I had to talk her through it. I was like, no, I'm just saying, just try it out. You know what I'm saying? Because, Steve Jobs and woo woo, like, you should try this out. And she called me back like 2 weeks later and was like, yo, I feel so much better. I feel so much better. I was like, because you needed a little piece of steak. You need a little piece of meat. Listen, it's cool. Cold climate, warm climate. When stuff fails, you have to go back to the original blueprint. That's why it's good to know your original blueprint. Not so you can try to, violate or, diss somebody else's, whatever, but just so you have something to go back on. It's just like the old Nintendo cartridges, right? When the game got a little crazy, you take the game, you blow the cartridge, you put it in there, you hit the reset, boom, you back in business. Yeah, sometimes you got to hit the reset. Even technology now, cell phones and all that, they all got factory reset. Everything that runs on electricity or uses electricity sometimes needs a reset. Why? Because electricity has waste. They don't talk to you about that. That's how people have electromagnetic allergies and things like that are developing. There's a whole new class of symptoms and diseases and ways of understanding existing diseases that are developing as we learn more about electricity and light and magnetism in and around the human body, right? And electronics, back in the days, you used to get a static thing for static electricity to, like to de-static your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now they kind of got stuff built in to the computers and all that. So they don't even put that language out there. And if you don't read, you'll never know, right? For us, for humans, we call it screwing in. Just walk barefoot outside, boom, grabs all the static. Grabs all the static, just like a static wand for your laptop or your electronic system, barefoot outside, right? Now, you don't want to go barefoot outside everywhere, right? And barefoot outside in New York is kind of like not a real thing, right? Because New York is fake. It's not really connected to the earth. That's one of the reasons why I think everybody's more angry in New York than anywhere else, because New Yorkers are disconnected from the earth. Disconnected. Remember, the whole entire New York sits on a subway system that sits on top of more tunnels and then unused tunnels. So you got a whole tunnel system that nobody uses, just homeless folks, rats, whatever. Then 2 levels up, you got your subway system there. And then you got your platforms and all that on top of that. So the actual place where people are on top of the ground is very removed from the actual earth. You know what I'm saying? But if you're anywhere else, you go outside, it's real earth. Like there's nothing under your ground but ground. There's nothing under your grass but earth, more earth, right? There's no secret underground tunnels unless you in Denver, maybe, whatever. All right, but for the most part, right? Yes. So overnutrition is obesity, even when it comes to protein. And let me tell you, protein is getting cheaper and cheaper. Protein is getting cheaper and cheaper. That means the quality of protein is going down, which is much less of a problem than the fact that people are consuming more protein than their body needs. Your body is going to recycle a certain amount of protein by itself. By itself. So if you kind of blubbery or you like kind of fat or whatever the case may be, you don't really need that much protein. You don't need that much protein. Because what's going to happen is a lot of that protein, your body doesn't store protein. The only storage mechanism the human body has for protein is muscle. Period. So all the protein that is not used for muscle tissue, skeletal muscle, organ tissue, right? Your body turns into sugar. And then if it's not used as sugar, it'll be stored as fat. So you have a lot of people that are going protein crazy because they think protein is a magical medicine. Yeah, they think protein is a magical medicine. And protein turns you into Chris Bumstead. Yeah, let me show y'all Chris Bumstead. Let's take a look at Chris Bumstead. I think it would be good for us to look at Chris Bumstead. Let us take a look at Chris Bumstead. Okay. Boom. This is, he's like the most popular bodybuilder on earth right now. And if you're not into bodybuilding, right? Or if you're not in touch with that scene, you probably never heard of Chris Bumstead. Yeah, you probably never heard of Chris Bumstead. You know who's Chris Bumstead, right? So Chris Bumstead, he won the Mr. Olympia like 6 or 7 times in a row. And he was the first bodybuilder. He was the first bodybuilder to take advantage of social media. So not only did he win a bunch of times, but he was doing like streaming without streaming, kind of like me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm streaming without streaming, right? So he would document his journey, even though it wouldn't be streaming. It'll just be videos. You know what I'm saying? So he'll show you a video, like he'll have a 30-minute video of him in the morning, waking up with wifey, because his lady was also into bodybuilding. You know, that's how you really win, when you and your partner's on the same focus. So she was competing, he was competing. His sister married another guy, and his sister and her husband were also bodybuilders and competing. So the 4 of them be together. It'd be Chris and Ian. Ian was like training Chris because he was bodybuilding longer than Chris, but the ladies was also bodybuilding. So you got a whole bodybuilding family, and they doing their regular, you know, you can guess what they having for breakfast: oatmeal, chicken, eggs, you know, egg whites, you know what I'm saying? The routine, white rice or whatever. You know, they wake up, eat one meal, take a nap, hour later, eat another meal. Then they need to eat another meal before they hit the gym. And so a lot of people, again, they fall into the trap of believing that this is healthy. You know what I'm saying? This is not healthy. This is not healthy, people. This is not healthy. And the beauty, I think one of the things that made Chris Bumstead a fan favorite was that he let people see the health problems that come along with it. You know, to where he was having like organ issues, muscles collapsing, like all kinds of stuff that he would go through in the process of training. And he had a camera, you know, the camera would be rolling for all kind of stuff. And he would talk about, you know, steroid using. You know what I'm saying? And how much steroids he was using and which ones he was using and all that kind of stuff. And that's what a person has to understand is that, and that's kind of why I'm bringing him into the conversation anyway, is that your body has a limit on protein. Your body's limit for protein intake is your body's ability to utilize that protein to create muscles. Now, there's a natural limit that's going to be based on your age, right? Because that's going to have everything to do with your hormone production, right? Growth hormone, testosterone, IGF-1, and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, hormones really going to be it. But then also your activity level, right? Your activity level and your sex, whether you're a man or female, right? All of those things are going to be limiting factors, right? So you don't even really need to start taking protein until you get into a really consistent workout groove, period. If you're in the stage where you're like, oh, I got to get back on my routine, or I got to get going. If you got to get going or you got to get back in shape, you don't need no extra protein yet, period. I mean, you might need some in the morning for your mind, right? But that's aromatic amino acids you need to focus in on. Most protein powders is going to have branched chain amino acids. So they're not even going to really supply you with what you need for your neurochemistry. Your neurochemistry is based on aromatic amino acids, right? Tryptophan, tyrosine, phenylalanine. Those are going to be the basis for dopamine, serotonin, epinephrine, norepinephrine, all that stuff, right? So you need that in the morning maybe for that, right? But not in terms of like, I'm getting ready to get like turn into the Hulk or, you know, get brolic out here. Like that ain't it, right? You need to start exercising, right? If you're just going to randomly start taking any type of protein or amino acid supplement, it should be collagen. It should be collagen, period, because everybody needs collagen. Every human is not getting enough collagen. Every single human is collagen. You could use more collagen. I ain't gonna say collagen deficient, but I'm gonna say after 25 years old, you're definitely not getting enough collagen in your diet unless you have a collagen base, like unless you're focused on it, right? But there is no version of what people eat in America that supplies you with enough collagen. Collagen is one of the things that, going back to Adrian Bronner's coach GT, he's a vegan. And we was arguing in his chat one day, and I'm telling him, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know it all, champ. People not getting enough nutrients. And collagen is one of the main things, because collagen, unless you focus on it in a vegan diet, you're going to be collagen deprived. And it's something that meat eaters don't even pay attention to. So it won't even come up in the meat versus plant, like the arguments. They will talk to you about, like, you know, vitamin A or B12 or something like that, but they usually don't even bring up collagen. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's a muscle head. Everybody's just wants larger muscles. So collagen is not even a discussion. Even though, you know, ankles are selling more than your most popular. Ankles sell faster than Michael Jordan's. Ankles, knees, hips, right? Soft tissue replacement is selling faster than Jordan's, right? So that tells the story right there, right? But that's a different type of protein. That's not branched chain amino acid dominant protein, right? So all in muscle milk and this and that and muscle this and all that's, you might have aromatics in there and some collagen stuff is in there, but the focus is going to be branched chain amino acids. You know what I'm saying? That's not what you need, right? Just in general, collagen is cool. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, you may not even want to focus on that, depending on when's the last time you've really been exercising, right? You might just want to start with nothing. Like water should be your first supplement that you get on. Water, you know, if you're going to go into supplements, water and, you know, that blue magic. I'm not even going to say CMOS. I'm going to say blue magic from AmericanHealer.website. Blue magic, right? Because I know what our blend is. I know what algae we use in our blend. I can't say the same thing for people with yellow sea moss or gracilaria, or, you know, Coma cottoni, or all these other different, you know. I know we put together a good algae blend that works for the soft tissue. It works for soft tissue and it works for ATP. Two things that we focus in on: soft tissue, ATP, right? There's a reason why people had to develop complex systems for recycling phosphorus. That's what ATP is. It's really just phosphorus. The A and the T describe the package of the phosphorus, but ATP is all about phosphorus. That's what you're getting. Phosphorus. Phosphorus, phosphorus, phosphorus. And there's not enough phosphorus on Earth for all of the living creatures on it. Period. Phosphorus is probably one of the most valuable things to life that there is on Earth. So there's not enough phosphorus on Earth to support the life forms. So life forms had to find a way to recycle phosphorus. And so throughout the day, you know, typically you have to recycle, you know, somewhere close to what you weigh in phosphorus every day. And when you get tired, adenosine, which is the A, right? Adenosine serves as a vasodilator and a trigger for your pineal gland. A vasodilator and a trigger for your pineal gland, right? When you get a lot of adenosine floating around, that's telling your body it's time to go to sleep. Because we can't recycle the ATP fast enough for whatever we need. So we need to cut down the needs so that we can just flip ATP while, you know, you sleep, and build up the bank. Build up the bank. You know what I'm saying? Because while you're awake, you on a shopping spree. Especially if you're going to exercise somewhere. Shopping spree. You just spent all your money. Go to sleep. Let that recover. You know, eat first. Put in the stuff that your body needs for all the biochemical reactions to happen. And then let your body do the magic and replenish all of the ATP. Right? But in order to get like this, you have to go beyond the natural demand of amino acids, aka protein, and muscle synthesis, right? You need your muscle synthesis to go up higher through the roof, right? So that's where you start injecting steroids, growth hormone. Growth hormone is different than steroids. The steroids are like anabolic hormones. The growth hormone is like your scaffolding, right? It's like your scaffolding. So it's going to give you, you know, bigger feet, bigger head, bigger bones. It's going to grow your frame so you can hold more muscle. So people like to do growth hormone along with steroids, right? Now you have a bunch of peptides that can fill in some blanks in between there. But even with the synthetic hormones, you don't have success building the physique you want without changing the dial on your cellular turnover, right? And we talk about that in what book? The Mayim book, right? Our water book. Mayim is the Hebrew word for water, right? The Mayim book. We discussed that heavily in the Black's Anatomy books. We talk about that heavy in. So if you don't have the Mayim book, you need that. But mTOR is how you change your cellular turnover, right? How fast your body creates new cells, right? And how fast your body gets rid of old cells. So on average, while your body is producing 750 milligrams of ATP a second, your body is also creating about 4 million new cells per second. 4 million new cells per second your body has to make. Right? So you need this to power up a lot of, it's a lot going on. You got to have the power for it. Right? So depending on how healthy you are, you know, you might be under the 4 million. You know what I'm saying? You might be 3.5, you might be 3 million, you might be 2 million, in which case you probably have some bone marrow stuff going on, or you need some help. You know, you might get you might get prescribed a steroid to try to help boost your bone activity. But anyway, my point is, you control your cellular turnover with mTOR, right? The mTOR system is it's a part of the anabolic system, right? It's like a gauge what your body is trying to do. When you're born and you're a baby, your body's trying to just make a bunch of cells, all growth, right? By the time you get to adult, it kind of balances out, and your body is breaking down just as many cells as it's rebuilding, right? So you stay right there. When you get to old person status, your body is breaking down a lot more cells than it's creating and replacing, right? So your bones are getting weak, your skin is getting raggedy, you might even be getting smaller, shrinking, your bones anyway, right? Because your body's producing less cells than it's breaking down. Now, you can change your mTOR activity. You can change it. You can ramp it up, right? Which is where some of the drugs comes in, and some of the dietary changes, right? Leucine is a amino acid from the branch chain family, the branch chain amino acids, that literally can crank the dial on mTOR, right? Leucine can crank that dial, right? Milk, some certain milk products can crank that dial for you, right? But the problem with that is it turns the dial up on everything, right? And the most dangerous cells that you have, right? Cancer cells, right? Oh, they love for you to turn that mTOR up. Oh, they love for you to turn that mTOR up. Yeah. When you turn that mTOR up, the cancer cells just explode. So, again, that's one of the reasons why overnutrition can be deadly, right? If you're getting in the right amount of leucine for your lifestyle, you straight. You busting in here for what, champ? Hold on. You're busting into this boy.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are fun drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back like scriptures. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God and the go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse to get your soul redeemed. The body hit a baseline first. Pain make the whole song work. Look the feeling till it hurt. That's why the whole world replay the verse. Heartbeat move with the drums. Nervous system go numb. Music ain't sound where I'm from. It's electrical waves through the lungs. Bass to the rib cage, chest start shaking. Low frequencies literally move sensation. Heart sync rhythm through entrainment. Now the whole crowd breathing in synchronization. That's why arenas cross the spiritual fine line. 10,000 nervous systems on one timeline. One hook, one tempo, one guide. Music turns separate bodies to one hive. The best songs leave room in the production space. Let the listener emotionally function. Too many sounds create mental disruption, but emptiness let imagination touch it. Reverb make memories more like tuning. Vocal signatures, emotions are human. Distortion make the pain feel vivid. Imperfection make the nervous system livid. Cause the body detect life through texture, not robotic perfection and pressure. Breath, sound, strain, slurs and gesture. Architect music, measure, pleasure forever. DJ Electric Grills, my favorite song, give me chills. My
Skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine, so I'm high because I'm focusing. Music is God in the go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse will get your soul redeemed. So anyway, right? This is why it's dangerous with the bodybuilding culture, because you're taking yourself out of a natural pocket, right? You're taking yourself, your body out of its natural rhythms, and you need to let the work, even if you're not going to that level, like say you just want to get in shape, you got to let the work come first. You got to develop the consistency and the work ethic first, right? You got to put your body into the work first, because you have energy. You got a lot of extra energy storage. If you got fat you need to get off your body, that means you got energy stored up. Your work doesn't translate into information in your body until you start to get into depletion, right? Overall sugar depletion, like glucose. When you start depleting your body of glucose, those are going to change some signals. Those are going to change some signals. That's going to change chemistry patterns. Then as you start to really work in the muscles, right? Because you can start to get, like you can create glucose depletion and tap into your fat and all that kind of stuff without ever experiencing glycogen depletion, right? Because if you're watching John Q YouTube channel and they start telling you, okay, well, walking is better than whatever, right? And so now you on a walking program, or you listen to me and you like, okay, I got to get my 10,000 steps, right? But you ain't doing nothing else but your 10,000 steps. Or you may just be doing some low impact exercise. You never really get to glycogen. You're never really going to change the way your muscles and your muscles look. The way your muscles look is glycogen. You talk to the muscles, you got to speak the glycogen language. You know what I'm saying? So it's, you got to really create the work ethic, and then that's going to change how your body processes energy, which, if you remember, processing energy is what? Processing information. It's going to change how your body processes energy, and then it's also going to change how your body stores energy, right? It'll change how it processes it. It'll change how it stores it. Both of those are important for you to start to change your health, right? And when it changes how your body processes it and stores it, that's going to change the neurochemistry and the signals that go out. That's once you get there, that's going to start changing the demand that your body has for carbohydrates, the demand that your body has for fats, the demand that your body has for protein. Now you need to start eating a certain type of way. Go get you some powders, you know, some white powders, some green powders, right? You need you some white powder. White runs out. You know, the old school, like the Nation of Islam. Don't eat no white foods. That's how you get healthy. White rice, white potatoes, white bread. Get rid of the white food because, you know, white man is the devil. Yeah, it runs out as soon as you get to the world of powder. Okay, because creatine is going to be white powder. And I support creatine use, right? Protein powders, for the most part, are going to be white powders. Yeah. Now, if you're in your pea protein bag, your hemp protein bag, those are going to be tan powders, brown powders, right? But for the collective, right, and especially if you dietary concern is not really the issue, but money is, you're trying to get the best amount of protein for your dollar and quality, or, you know, like that's not really a thing, it's going to be white powder, right? So yeah, once you get in the supplement universe, you need to get you some white powders and some green powders, right? Green powders is going to be your veggie, fruit, whatever, right? Your brown powders is going to be like your herbs, right? Herbs is usually like brownish, brown powders, stuff like that. Brown, dark brown. You might get some black stuff in there, right? But yeah, so your powder game got to be all over the place, from white to black, right? From white to black, right? You know, some of y'all still on the avoiding white food stuff, right? But when you start really working your body, you might want to bring some of them, you know, like that white rice or that white bread back into play, right? When you realize that carbohydrates, I mean, it's right there in the word, carbohydrate, right? When you realize carbohydrate, that hydrate, the water, is designed to stick to carbon. In order to hydrate your body, you got to have sugar, right? I know y'all are thinking that in order to hydrate, you need electrolyte powder. No, you need some sugary deliciousness, sugary goodness. It's sugar that your body's going to hydrate with. It's sugar that your body's going to need to attach that water to, right? Sugar and fiber. And most people working out, they go, nah, I'm cutting that out. You know, I'm going on keto, or I'm going on protein. You know, I'm on all protein. You know, no carbs. All right. No carbs is no hydration. So you're going to look like Larry Wheels. You know how what happened to Larry Wheels, right? Let's look at Larry Wheels. Because I knew something was going to happen. Let me show you how this. Larry Wheels is also a bodybuilder. Let me see if I can find a clip of this. It should be everywhere, though. Larry Wheels. Yeah, we need to react to this Larry Wheels situation. Boom. Is this it right here? Let me see if I can find this. Okay, hold on.
I can't.
All right, there we go. All right. So hold on, let me see if I can fast forward this a little bit. All right. So anyway, this guy right here is a bodybuilder. His name is Larry Wheels. This is a regular guy that's kind of in shape, and him and Larry got the exchanging words, and Aiden Ross said, "Hey, I got a few dollars. Why don't y'all come fight? You know what I'm saying? And settle y'all beef in the ring, with the gloves on." So they agreed, right? But here's the thing. Bodybuilders, like boxers, only look like bodybuilders in Rocky movies, right? In Apollo Creed movies. That's the only time you're going to find a boxer that actually looks like a bodybuilder, right? For the most part, the most dangerous boxers in the world, they look like somebody that you would flip your middle finger at the red light. Yeah. Think about Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather just looks like a skinny little guy. Not dangerous looking at all. Terrence Crawford just looks like a tiny little guy. Period. Tank Davis, even tinier. Tank Davis looked like a midget. Like he like, bruh. He looked like one of them guys that's running around with a pistol bigger than he is. Yeah, these guys do not look dangerous at all. Because, again, boxing is about endurance. Boxing is about endurance. They create power through speed. A boxer doesn't create power by creating big muscles. A boxer creates power. Oh, I already know the books is out there. Oh, no. I think it's right here. Oop. Right here. We talk about that in this book right here. The Jed Pillar book. The Pain in the Neck book. If you don't have this book, go get this book. Right? But boxers generate power from their nervous system. That's where a boxer's power comes from. It comes from speed. Speed comes from the mind, spine, and how fast your nerves, how fast the electric impulse from your brain hits the spine, and then from the spine goes out to the muscle, the skeletal muscles, and not just to the skeletal muscle specific, but like the whole group involved, whatever, with the complex movement. So it's not just like, oh, the nerves connecting to the arm muscle and then boom. No, because a punch, they're generating power with torque. So that's another thing. So it's not just the punch, it's the leg movement with the hip placement and just the whole entire body movement, being able to synchronize that and work through a punch. They're using most of their body's muscles to generate power. So it's a matter of speed. That's how they're generating power, right? So it's about creating blinding speed. You cannot do that with big, bulky, heavy muscles. You cannot do that. So boxers don't even really spend a lot of time training fast twitch muscle. Period. They spend most of their time doing what? What are the classical exercises you see boxers doing? You see boxers running. Boxers run. Boxers hit the jump rope. Right? The reason why they don't even really fully understand the jump rope. I ain't even going to get into piezoelectricity and all that right now. But the reason they're running is because running is helping the endurance. It's helping to build up the slow twitch muscles. Right? It's helping to keep them in the game 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 round. Right? So that's their focus. They got to build the elbows. They got to build the wrist. They got to build their hips. They got to build the joints. They got to do workouts that focus on soft tissue integrity, not big muscles. Because what do I keep telling y'all about big muscles? The muscles heal faster than the soft tissues. So what happens when you have a really strong muscle and it pulls on the soft tissue? Well, it's going to pop. Pop goes the weasel. And what helps that? Hydration, dehydration. Why? Because your soft tissues, they don't even have that much of a blood supply to begin with, right? Your knees, your ankles, they don't have the same blood supply as your knees don't get the same amount of blood to them as your quads or your hamstrings, right? Your ankles don't get the same amount of blood flow as your calf muscles, right? So because there's a lot less blood flow, there's a lot less hydration. There's a lot less nutrition going there, right? Because the blood got to flow there for the nutrition to go there, right? So all of that's impacting the fragility of these soft tissues. Bodybuilders typically ignore their soft tissues. That is a part of bodybuilding. They ignore their soft tissues and work on taking every manner of drug, vitamin, and dietary shortcut they can to build up the muscles. Now, for their sport, they are safe. Why? Because what is a bodybuilder sport? Right? Bodybuilders stand still for a living. Listen to what I'm telling you. A bodybuilder stands still for a living. That's it. That's what he's going to do. He's going to stand still and they're going to take pictures and then boom, whoever's got the biggest muscle, the sponsors are going to say, oh, we want him to be our sponsor. Boom. So he wins sponsorship money because he's got big money. But it's about standing still. The moment you try to use one of those bodies for like basketball or boxing, it's going to go like this. It's going to go just like this. Boom, boom. Look, he hitting him hard. The guy is flying almost every time he hit him. Good. So the power for the muscles is there, right? But here's the problem. It's coming. Watch this. It's coming. Boom. Look at that. The guy. Now, what you don't notice is this. The fight is over. Look. You see that? The fight is over. Watch. They're going to show a close-up. Look. Oh, that's it. Let me see if I can find a close-up for you. Let me see if I can find. Oh, here we go. Man, what just happened to you?
Our way.
Hold on, man. What just happened to the? Okay. Give me a second. Let me find this. Larry Wheels. There we go. Let's see if we can just find a picture. There you go. See that right there? This happened in the fight on that last punch. His bicep totally detached from the shoulder joint. Right? That's why it looked weird like that. His bicep has totally detached. He has to go to get a surgery to reattach the bicep muscle to the tendons inside the shoulder that attach to the bone up here. Right? Here's how he looked in the middle of the fight. Look at that. That's what I was trying to catch right here, this. So you can see. So it totally detached The tendon popped, right? No, he didn't pull his bicep. No, you can pull a bicep. You can pull a muscle. You can pull a muscle and sleep that off. That is not a pull muscle. No. Yeah, you can pull a muscle. You can go work out and pull a muscle. You just got to sleep that off. You might need to do a little massage therapy, get a little massage or something. Hydrate, eat good, eat a lot. You know what I'm saying? If your normal calories is 2,000, you might want to do 2,500, 3,000 calories. You know what I'm saying? Give your body a little bit extra to work with. But pull muscle is not you don't need a surgery for that. A torn muscle, where your muscle separates from the tendon, you got to get a surgery. Period. The surgeon has to grab the tendon, grab the muscle, clamp it together, and then stitch them back together. And then you got to not work out for, X amount of weeks or X amount of months while the muscle and the tendon go back together again. So next time we see Larry Wheels, his left arm will look like, it'll look like he's watching a lot of Pornhub. You know what I'm saying? But it's not that. It's just going to be that he had two arms with really big biceps, and then one arm he's not going to be able to work out with for X amount of weeks or months. And so the muscle will atrophy to some extent. Yeah. And so once he gets back cleared, he's going to have to slowly build that muscle back up, right? Because it'll be able to break again. That's the thing with getting the surgery. A lot of times these guys don't understand how their body works. So they tear that muscle again in another year, 2 years or whatever, because doctors lie. Doctors don't explain how the body works. So when the tendon and the muscle heals in a certain amount of weeks or months, in his mind, he's going to be like, oh, I can start working out again. No, sir. That is now like a baby. You got to treat that like a baby. That muscle tissue where the tendon and the muscle connect, that has no integrity, no strength. So if you was benching 300 before, or you was curling 75 or whatever you was doing before, when that thing heals, you're no longer doing that. And not because the muscle atrophies while you can't work out, but because that tissue is still weak. It's still weak. We take for granted all of our growing years before an injury, right? Like you might be born, right? Whatever, you're doing your thing. You playing basketball, well, you mess up your knee or your ankle in 10th grade. Now you want to get a surgery or whatever and get back to playing. And so you're like, oh, okay, cool. Once the doctor take it over, like, oh, you good to go. You're not good to go. You're good to go slow, super slow, because you're forgetting that even if you wasn't focused on exercising a part of your body, natural living, from the time that you was a baby up until that moment, you added strength to those tissues. So you can't you back to baby strength again. Those brand new tissues, brand spanking new. You got to build them up from scratch. You got to work with some 5 and 10 pound dumbbells. You know what I mean? You got to get back in the swimming pool or something. You got to go super light, right? And then from there, you got to condition, and try to go slower. You know what I'm saying? You can't let the muscle development fool you. Because again, muscle will go, pow, it's ready. But the tendons and the soft tissues, they're not ready. You know what I'm saying? So you got to learn how that go. Kimbo was good in the hood with no shoulder ring. That's because Kimbo didn't have any boxing skills. No. The thing with these guys is their body is not designed for that. And here's the other part about the bodybuilding sport. because a bodybuilder's job is to stay still and take pictures, they dehydrate themselves. That is a part of bodybuilding. Dehydrate so people can see your muscles, so they can see your veins. So before his fight started, I already knew he was going to probably get hurt because he was too vascular. I could see too many veins. You know what I'm saying? And that means that he's, you know, he should have led into this fight. He came in with his bodybuilding mind. He didn't come in with a boxing, because boxer, they dehydrate to an extent so they can make weight. But after they make weight, they go eat sloppy. That's when they go get their favorite food. So Floyd Mayweather used to trick people back in the days with that, because you would see Floyd Mayweather eating McDonald's, or you would see Floyd Mayweather eating Waffle House before a fight. No. That's Floyd has already made weight, and now he needs to go eat some sugary foolishness. Why? See, Waffle House the perfect thing, because you're going to have a lot of syrup and why it's all sugar almost, right? Why? Because you're going to rehydrate. You're going to eat a bunch of sugar and you're going to drink a bunch of water, right? And that's going to rehydrate you. So now when you get in the ring, you're going to have when they say you look full, your body looks full. Yeah, your muscles look swollen, but you don't see a lot of veins and all that. You don't see a lot of cuts, right? When you see a boxer train, you see cuts when they're leading into the fight. You see their little six-pack developing. You see you start to look chiseled leading into the fight. After they make weight, they're going to eat and hydrate. Eat and hydrate. This is why I forgot who it was, but there was a big thing. I think Devin Haney's father was making a big deal about, it was either Tank or Ryan. Somebody was like manipulating fighters by putting a no hydration clause in the contract, right? So a no hydration clause is basically death for any fighter whose walk around weight is not close to their boxing weight. So if you fight at 145 and you walk around at 150 pounds, a no hydration clause is not going to bother you. If you fight at 145 and you walk around at 165 pounds, a no hydration clause is going to kill you, right? Because basically you got to stay like that, however you is. You don't get to go super hydrate after, because when you hydrate, your body's going to put on 5 or 10 quick pounds. Like that. Like that. You know what I'm saying? In fact, you know what we'll probably do? Because I don't want to do it today, and that's almost where I'm going. But we'll do like a whole conversation on water weight. Because that's a big topic that people don't really understand, water weight. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand that. A lot of people be like, oh, yeah, you just lost water weight. That's fake. That's not real weight. That's a lie. We got to break it down. All right. It's true to an extent, but it's not true overall. And so it becomes dangerous to just repeat that without context, because people don't really understand, you know what I'm saying, water weight. So we got to have that conversation. But anyway, that's a fact. But not just Floyd, all of the best fighters. All of the best fighters, they live at their weight class. They live there. You know what I'm saying? They might go 10 pounds. They might walk around 10 pounds heavier than they fight weight. Those are the best fighters. And you can really see what's what and what after retirement. After retirement, you can see, because Floyd is still that same size. Zab Judah, still that same size. Terrence Crawford, still that same size. Mike Tyson, even, still that same size. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are, you know, those are going to be your great fighters. People who are, you know, like drastically gaining and losing weight between fights, it's going to catch up to them in the long run. It's going to catch up to them in the long run. But it is a way for you to look extremely powerful, you know, against other fighters. You know, if you walk around at 170 and you drop down to 140 pounds to fight somebody, when you clock in at 140, because your walk around is 170, you might hydrate almost like 15 pounds overnight. So by the time you get in the ring, it's a 140 pound person fighting 150, 160 pound person. Yeah, the power just be super different. You know, the power just be super different. But you can make up for it with speed. So anyway, we get far away from, right? Hopefully we learn something. But we got far away from the main thing. Let me get Larry's butt off the screen. In fact, I didn't put anything on the screen. We might need to put this on the screen. Yeah, I got to get ready. I got to get ready to get ready. Yeah, you got to get ready for that. That is coming. That is coming. You got to get ready for that. Yeah, you got to get ready for that. But anyway, ATP, right, is important. And the 750 milligrams per second, it's not about the 750 milligrams per second, right? It's about everything on top of it. Okay. Here's my marker. Here you go. I think it's the Osiris Diabetes and Respiration book. Where is that book? That is literally like one of my favorite books of mine. Right? That, and then Barnes and Nobles only is where you can find this book. This book here only exists at Barnes and Nobles. Yeah. Nefer is irreducible complexity. Yeah. But that's out because we may segue into some of the conversation in that book shortly. Right? But I love these art line markers. I feel like they really do a good job of putting these together. They could last longer, but these are really good markers. Hint, hint, wink, wink for my marker people. Osborne, Helvey, right? First Minister. Here's the big two. Metabolism, inspiration. Right? These two systems have to stay married. If they break up, the more they separate from one another, the more chaos comes into your body. The more these two separate, the more chaos, right? That is the Dr. EnQi cause of all metabolic disease, right? The Church of Winning That for Christ. This is the hill we're dying on in terms of metabolic disease, right? How did I come about this? I came about this trying to learn as much as I could about food. Right? So in my studies about food, right, the metabolism has its own like heart and everything, right? The heart of metabolism is what? The thyroid, right? And the thyroid does its thing with T3, right? That's iodine, selenium, which is why we have the Blue Magic and selenium at AmericanHealer.website. Your metabolism does not run correctly without these. This is like when you have the Blue Magic at your house and you're taking it regularly, and then you stop and you try to make your own, or you just don't have none and your body just don't feel right and you can't figure out why. Right? It's because the heart or the engine of your metabolism is missing some spark plugs. That's yeah. You didn't bring that thing in for service. You had to bring that thing in for service. Yeah, you got to get that Blue Magic in, right? But that right there is only part of the story, right? Because when I was trying to figure out metabolism, and I walked it all the way down from figuring out or discovering that your salivary glands are also pigmented. So I was deep there, and you only produce enzymes to break down carbohydrates here, right? All of that kind of stuff. Just going through the enzymes and the different pH level that enzymes operate at and all this other stuff, right? You kind of walk through the whole digestion process, the duodenum, what the pancreas does. That's where you learn, oh, the pancreas is two glands in one, or two organs in one, right? As an exocrine and an endocrine side, right? The endocrine is the insulin, the exocrine is digestion, metabolism, right? So all of this stuff, and I'm tracing food, right? You eat, you got two pathways. One pathway leads to your butthole, pause, right? Waste. Then the other one leads to your blood, right? And then the blood is going to circulate around and get to the cells and all that, right? So we walk down the whole road. This is me studying, teenage years, 20s, this is me studying, going to college campus, getting used books and all that, biochemistry, trying to figure this thing out. And I'm like, okay, so there's a blind spot, right? Because metabolism basically goes like mouth, we'll just say stomach, right? Stomach. Then after this, you kind of go to two routes, right? Blood, cells, right? And then here you go waste. We're just going to put waste to be respectful, right? And so I'm getting super deep after a while to where I know all this. Yeah, I'm deep. I'm like, oh, you got the peristaltic wave. You know what I'm saying? I got my little lingo down packed where I can, about the peristaltic wave, and I can say things in conversations with doctors that medical doctors that they don't even know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking I'm swaggy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still learning. I'm still researching, right? And so I'm noticing that when I get to the cells, right? Notice Ray, right? But I'm noticing that when I get to the cells, right, metabolism is gone. I can't find no books on metabolism, right? No studies on metabolism. So I'm lost for a little while. Then I find out this is picking back up. Now, for me, respiration, I thought was like nose, lungs, right? Nose, lungs, blood, right? Then cells, right? But I'm thinking that's just like, you know what I'm saying? Just to get the air to the cells, you know what I'm saying? But like, I really didn't fully understand, right? I didn't fully understand. Then I figured out the food, the end of food and metabolism stops here. And the actual magic of respiration or inspiration picks up in the cell. So metabolism didn't have the answers, right? You following a sandwich or a salad, you're going to end up in the colon or in the blood somewhere. You're not going to really be able to walk it all the way through, right? So I had to put that away for a minute. Yeah, I had to put that whole metabolism thing away for a minute and go, oh, okay, so it's respiration. Now we get to the cells. Inside the cell is where we're breaking it down. Right? We got this glucose molecule, 6 carbon. It's going to get broken down into 2 3s. The 3 is going to get broken down eventually. You're going to have 2 2s, right? This single carbon, we're going to put some oxygens with that. This single carbon, we're going to put oxygens with that, right? And these loose carbons, they're going to become CO2. Right? And we're going to get rid of those. That's waste. Yeah, we're going to get rid of those as waste. Right? Now these, we're going to continue to use these, not for energy. We're going to use these to make cholesterol. And then from cholesterol, we're going to make testosterone and everything. We're going to make a bunch of hormones, right? But that comes from here, right? The energy part is what's attached to the carbons, right? Because this is carbohydrate. Each one of these carbons has water attached to it. So each one of them has an H2O. Each one of these carbons has 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen attached to it. So that's where we're primarily going to get some of these oxygens is going to be baked in here, right? But we may lose some of those in processing. So you have to have your breathing has to stay married to your diet, has to stay married to your eating habit. You have to breathe more than you eat. And when I say eat in terms of metabolism, I don't just mean like sitting down having a meal. I mean the entire time your body is using that meal, whether that's floating glucose in the blood or fat stored up wherever you got fat. It's oxygen that your body needs to break this down and create the CO2 that you get rid of. Now, if you're breaking down more sugar than you're breathing, then your oxygen supply can handle, you're going to start to build up acid. That acid is going to lead to insulin resistance. Period. The mucus is going to lead to insulin resistance. Now, is it actually mucus buildup there or acid? No. But are those terms cool because most people have been brainwashed into believing that's what happens? Sure. Sure. Right? In a professional sense, you would say you're going to start to develop hypoxia or hypercapnia. Right? Hypercapnia is when you're not getting rid of the carbon fast enough, and hypoxia is when you're not getting oxygen to the tissues fast enough. Right? Either one of those will work. Right? Either one of those work because they're both the flip side of what's going to happen here. Right? So you have to have the air, the oxygen to match your metabolism. When the oxygen does not match the metabolism, you're going to have sugar storage problems, fat stores, and you're going to have problems utilizing. Then what's going to also happen, a sneaky problem you're going to develop, is in your lungs. Your lungs are going to develop a sneaky problem that if you don't know to ask about it, your doctor may never even mention it to you. Right? Here's how that problem looks. And here's how that happens over time. Right? Your blood got to travel through the lungs on a highway, right? And then you got like your lungs, bad drawing, right? It's cool. But your blood got to travel through here, right? And when it's traveling through here, it's got to let the CO2 go out, right? The CO2's got to go out from the blood. At the same time, oxygen has to come in, right? And that's kind of happening all through the lungs, but it's too cramped in there for my arrows, right? Now, this tissue in here, this is sometimes called your pulmonary membrane, right? This is going to get thicker with inflammation and gunk and the A1C going up and all that. This is going to get thicker. Smoking and all that. Oh my goodness. Blunts and cigarettes, forget about it. This is going to get thicker. Now, what does that mean that it gets thicker? The thicker it gets, the slower oxygen moves through there to get to the blood. So now you start to lose oxygenation efficiency. Meaning, as these blood cells travel through here, right? Some of them may wind up not being able to get rid of their CO2. And if they don't get rid of the CO2, they can't get oxygen, right? So for some of them, because this is getting thicker, the blood doesn't have time to get rid of the CO2. So unpack, right? And then repack. Think about a car. You go to the supermarket, you do your shopping for the month. You load up the car. You can put groceries in the trunk, all in the back seat and everything. When you get to the house, you need everybody to help unpack the car and still take a few minutes, right? So when your blood gets back to the lungs, it's not empty. It's filled with CO2. So it's got to unload that CO2 before it can load up with oxygen. The thicker this gets, it might not be able to unload all the CO2. And even if it does unload all the CO2, it might not be there long enough to grab as much oxygen as it needs, right? So you might be having somebody tell you, oh, you anemic. You need iron. Nope, this ain't that. It might feel like that. Yeah, it might feel like that because your blood is not doing the job it used to. So if you boost the amount of blood, they give you some EPO, a shot of EPO, you boost the amount of blood, or you know how to mix your plants together and you can, get a little spike of, blood cell production or whatever. But more blood is not the long-term answer. You got to figure out how to get the inflammation down, the A1C down, the circulating fats down, right? All the gunk, right? That Sabi would have called mucus, right? You can fill in the word with gunk, right? All the gunk that will contribute to thickening this pulmonary membrane, right? That will contribute, right? Not being able to turn over cholesterol fast enough, right? EnQi's laws of metabolism, right? Not being able to flip cholesterol into something. That's another part of this relationship, right? Because as your body is breaking down glucose, you know, those carbons, your body flipping that acetyl-CoA, right? So you sugars also contribute to your body's production of some of these things, right? You're not thinking in your mind though that sugar contributes to cholesterol, even if it's like a back door, right? You're not thinking in that in your mind. The same way you're not thinking in your mind that protein contributes to blood sugar, right? But your body is the laboratory. Stuff is getting transformed from one thing to another, so you can't just think like, oh, meat cholesterol is the sole source of cholesterol. No, your liver produces cholesterol all the time, right? Problem with cholesterol is turnover rate, right? So anyway, this is going to become a problem, right? This becomes a problem, and nitrogen helps. Nitrogen helps. Nitrogen is a big helper when it comes to this, right? This is why, again, Dr. Sabi had beets and beetroot on the no-eat list. That was one of the early things I used to sneak and tell people. You know what I'm saying? You didn't want to say it out loud, though. I ain't have enough of a following. You know, I'm still fragile. Like, I don't want to say out loud, hey, you might want to just saying. When you hit that smoothie, just put a little, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm like, nah. You might need a little beetroot up in there. Yeah, and it'll save you some on that monthly Viagra bill too. You put a little beetroot in there. Yeah. Because Viagra or Cialis, one of them, they started out as medication for this. Yeah. And it didn't work so well for the heart, but it did great for your circulation. So you get the, you know, but you can fix that yourself, right? Figuring out the circulation thing. Figuring out the circulation thing and figuring out your secondary and tertiary hearts, right? Your pineal, right? So reading creates great brain circulation. Reading increases brain circulation, right? Walking increases leg blood circulation, right? Increased circulation through the brain, increased circulation through the legs dramatically lowers down the blood glucose level. As you keep that lower, the A1C drops. As the A1C drops, your body can repair some of the damage that you may or may not have from having higher levels, right? Anyway, so there are a lot of different systems at work. And you know, we go through all of them in the books, but they converge here. The star of the show, hardworking, Mr. Dynamite. This guy, right? This guy, it works just like specifically this part, right? Because the ATPase is broken down into units. So the F1, the F0. The F0 is the important part for most of the conversation because the F0 is the motor. It's the motor. And so no matter where your body gets energy from, whether your body's getting energy from the sun or whether your body's getting energy from a sandwich, whether your body's getting energy from an IV. It all has to be integrated here, right? And this doesn't get enough. We are the first group to put the motor on a pedestal, right? Most people only began talking about mitochondria because like we created that vibe. Mitochondria, electron transport, no health people was talking about. When I say we, I mean me and then the people behind me, the KTs and all of the younger. Yeah, we did that. You know what I'm saying? Like we created the vibe, the trend, and then that became the conversation. And I'm cool with it because it's only half the story. Electrons are not the full story, right? Electrons are half the story, right? When you break a hydrogen down, it is an electron and a proton. ATP is more of a proton story than an electron story, right? The electrons use their attraction, but the driving force is the protons, right? The protons are what move that motor, right? Keep the motor spinning, right? The electrons, the protons follow electrons. So the electron movement, right, is how you control the movement of the proton because the electrons and the proton just want to be wherever the electron is. That's it. So when you separate the protons and the electrons and you move the electron, the proton's going to follow. And so you have a motor here and it has 12 little slots, just like a clock. Just like a clock has 12, your motor has 12. And the protons go through there, right? And that is where biological time is generated. Biological time is generated right there. Not only is it generated right there, but all of your numbers repeat from the as above to the so below, all the way down to the microscopic level. You'll see the same numbers repeat, right? So your formula for ATP, right? Your formula for ATP energy is this. This is your formula. 7.3 divided by, and that's going to give you something like 12.2 or something. So you get that's the unit of energy released. And so you go, oh, wait a minute, that's interesting. So you got 12 protons, 12 kBTs of energy, 12 months, 12 hours, 12. Very interesting that design is still there. That design is still there. That's why the math is important, because math, you'll see it. Once nature finds a way to work like that is efficient, boom, it's going to do that every time. Yeah, it's going to do that every time. The scale may change, but you're going to see the same numbers pop up, right? Same numbers pop up. 7.365 is your pH. That number is also in your ATP equation. 60 and 60 heartbeats per minute. That's when you're healthiest, 60 and 60. As you get older, you start to get, your heart goes faster, 70, 80 per minute. Slowly but surely, metabolism ATP starts to uncouple, right? And your heart starts to scar, right? And then you start to get weird rhythms, right? Because the beat of the heart is losing synchronization with your energy production, right? Which is the reason why we have two different types of heart problems, right? Two killers, right? You got cardiac arrest, right? And then you got your heart attack, you got your cardiac arrest, right? Kind of different. One is a muscle problem, one is a like electrical problem. Different. Or one is a blood flow issue, right? And then one is an electrical issue. Am I naming them correctly? Yeah. One is a flow issue and one is an electrical issue. Yeah, let's pull them up just for clarity. So we make sure we correct. So we make sure we all eyes right and exact. I remember what's important. I don't always remember all the details. Let me see. Okay, yeah, I was right. Oh, hold on. This ain't supposed to be up there. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some. Here we go. Yeah, I was correct. Heart attack versus cardiac arrest is what I typed in. Nothing deep. Right? Heart attack is a circulation problem where blood flow to the heart is blocked, right? Because your heart also needs oxygen. Why does it need oxygen? Because it needs ATP and a lot of it, right? So anything messes with the ATP in the heart, shut down, right? But then also you have cardiac arrest, which is an electrical problem, right? Two totally different things cause your heart to stop, right? Now, John Q. Public, for John Q. Public, a heart attack is a heart attack. So usually cardiac arrest, you don't even hear that term unless it's like you're watching TV or nurse or doctor show or something like that. And you hear a nurse or a doctor, actor, or in an actual hospital setting, you might hear cardiac arrest. You know what I'm saying? But typically John Q. Public is, if it's heart, it's heart attack. That's just the way it got popularized. My blood pressure is consistently pumping at 200 over 95, but I am at my peak and healthier at that rhythm. When it goes to the normal human rhythm, I could barely function. Okay. You see that your name, Greater Light 911? Yeah, I would suggest 911. Yeah, I'm laughing and joking, but I'm not playing. 200 over 95. Yeah, you might want to check that. You might want to dig into that. That's extremely high. That's extremely high. And if you're functioning, or you feel better with that, there's a lot of internal work you got to do. Yeah, you need to do some internal work to get that down. Period. Yeah, you need some internal work to do. But in the short term, you definitely need to get, someone please call 911. Yeah, that's 200 over 95 is like, switch this to your cell phone. Yeah, if you're watching this on your laptop or your TV at the house, switch to your cell phone so that way you can keep watching on your way to the doctor. You need to be on your way right now. You don't even need to watch the end of this video. You need to be on your way right now. Yeah, you gotta get you on down the road. Get you on down the road. Oh my goodness. Hold up. And we got a super chat. I think people done forgot that my super chats could super chat. People done forgot that my videos accept super chats. They done forgot. Man, we be doing 5, 6 hours, 10 hours like nothing. And people done forgot. Hit the super chat. It's been like that for years. I stopped going. There's nothing they can do about it. You need to have them on call. You need to have them on call. You need to have this set up so you can monitor it. You need to start doing what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, you gotta lose some weight. Period. I know you're going to lose some weight. I wouldn't even believe you if you said you didn't unless you sent me a picture. And even then, I probably still wouldn't believe you. Because people could send you a fake picture. But there's no way I would think that that's okay unless I seen you in action. Period. You carrying too much fat or too much muscle. Yeah. Because there's muscular people that have high blood pressure. You gotta be careful. Look at this page here. Let me show you this page. Look at this. This page is almost like a graveyard, you know, with all due respect. Because Greg Doucette loves to talk about bodybuilders that pass away from steroids. So almost his whole page is on, oh my goodness. Wow, another bodybuilder just died again. Jesus. Wow. This is crazy. But yeah, if you want to know which bodybuilders are dying, all you got to do is go to Greg Doucette page. Look, here we go. Another bodybuilder. See that? Another bodybuilder just died. Another Olympia bodybuilder. I'm telling y'all, it's not okay. It doesn't. Here go another bodybuilder. This one didn't die over here, but he's having heart failure. That one's having heart failure. What else? Let me see. Here's another one that died right here 9 days ago. But yeah, he will keep you in tune with who's dying, who's almost dead. And look at this one. Who wants to die? Greg Doucette is a piece of work. Greg Doucette is a piece of work. I'm going to just tell you that right now. Greg Doucette is a piece of work. And the reason why Greg Doucette is a hater, he's known in the bodybuilding community as a hater, right? The reason being is because he's a little guy. He took steroids for a long time. And even with taking steroids, he was never able to win a bodybuilding contest. So now he just kind of hates on the guys that do. Yeah, he just hates on the guys that do. Right? That's what Greg Doucette does. But for John Q. Public want to be informed, you know, 90% of what's on his platform is redundant and, you know, ridiculous, but you will learn something about why you should not over nutrition yourself to death or load up on different drugs and steroids, etc., etc. Right? In fact, It's almost time for me to go running. Once the die is crazy. Yeah, it's almost time for me to go running. She can't send super chat. I don't know why it's blocked. You got to explain how that person got blocked. Or that name. Because most of my oh wow, lost 100 pounds in September. Talk heavy. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. But how did you lose that 100 pounds? How did you lose that 100 pounds? Come on now. You taking GLP-1 drugs? You want Ozempic? Or did you do it the hard way? It's just like money. Easy come, easy go. If you do it the hard way, you get the long-lasting results. Oh, the receipts is further up. Blood pressure consistently move. We got Mr. Lungs in the building. There you go. There you go. We got to get our Fridays back together. Mr. Lungs and Dr. Kepper. Yeah, that's our lungs minister right there. That's our minister of oxygen. That's the minister of oxygen right there. Facts. Facts. Period. Definitely in your neck of the woods. Yeah, I just drive through. You live there. I just drive through. He live there. Period. All right, and walking. Yeah, so it's some stuff that it's some stuff you still gotta figure out. There's some stuff you still gotta figure out. If you're losing the weight, but your blood pressure is still the same. If you're losing the weight, but your blood pressure is still the same. Ooh. I know exactly what it could be. It's in the Ebers-Pappas books. We got a series of books called the Ebers-Pappas books. I know exactly what that could be. Yep. You got to work on that aorta. You got to work on the aorta. You got to work on them vessels. I think that's exactly what the issue is. Because if you lost 100 pounds, that means you was super big. And that means you was putting hell on your aorta and the vessels. Because that's one of the things with being big, period. Whether you got muscles, well, muscles is going to pump, right? But fat don't pump. So fat, you just putting a lot more pressure on the heart and the arteries. A lot more pressure. You know what I'm saying? That's why tall guys in the NBA, they don't last that long. Because it's hard to circulate the blood like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times they have foot problems. Yeah. Blood circulation. 390. Oh my goodness. How tall are you? How tall are you? 390 is crazy. 390 is crazy. I want y'all to know that Shaquille O'Neal's 7'2". At his biggest, he was about 340, 350. So if you're 5 foot anything and 390 pounds, yeah, you got a lot of work to go. You got a lot of work. But you're 100 pounds down. We need to spend a little bit more time celebrating that than how much further you got to go. You know what I'm saying? How much you done already. You done did a lot. You done a lot. Okay, 290, but you ain't tell us how tall you is yet. You ain't tell us how tall you is yet. We need to know how tall you is so we know what this really look like. All right? Because LeBron James is about 290. So 290, depending on the frame, might look amazing. Okay, 5'7". Woo! 5'7". You got to give thanks that you're still alive. 5'7" at 400 pounds. You need to give thanks. Yeah, you got to give thanks.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predicts when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the ISSA. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen.
In the beginning was the wave.
Resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate. Nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, resonate. Feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego knows fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms, the language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are late. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away, the heart detonate. tongue generate, the stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade, noise into harmony. Awfully, God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. The beat is the best part of me.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it.
Resonate. Resonate.
See what I'm saying? Levitate.
Resonate. Resonate.
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
Resonate. Resonate.
Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. Periodic table waves to the EnQi theorem. You never seen God, but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like perks. The music alkaline below 20 hertz. I can feel it in my bones. Peace so electric, we so electric. He gon' respect it. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me up writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds.
In the beginning was the wave.
Periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms equals MC.
Share the video.
In the beginning was the way. The way was God. The way was God. The way was hard. Every step a symphony. Timeline's infinity. The way we raise injury. I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. EnQi. Dr. EnQi. I love Dr. EnQi.
Yo. American Healer. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they play. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, this a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic. Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat American healer menu, every bite new sermon. Forward to the face, that's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, playing cold in a blood, whole nation.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Go to American.
You need that D, yeah. D, with that blue magic. You need that D, with that blue magic. You need that D, with that blue magic.
Theology in a bottle. Calcium electric, I'm magnetic. Your kidney electric, your liver magnetic. I'm talking kinetic. That deep put God in the flesh. That deep put God in the flesh. Say it, say it. Electrons in your bones, stay high on that blue magic brain glow. Set dopamine flow. Genes mode activate. Orally. Fall. All spirit low. Chakra. EnQi the doctor. Ancient physics streaming on the product. They get a meaning. Ancient chemistry. Biblical fact. Bring it back. From the scroll to the lab. From the text to the trap. Yeah.
Cash up, super chats on crowded jeans school.
Yeah. Run it up, run it up.
Run it up. Cash up, super chats on crowded jeans school.
Hey, tap in. Let's go.
Cash up, super chats on crowded jeans school. Send that love, that love. Cash up, super chats on crowded jeans school. Jack score, Jack score. Hit a like button, send those viral. Typing in the chat, that's tribal. Support the latest cycle. Run it back, flip that title. Subscribe, join the Patreon, level up tiers. Hit the website, we been grinding for a year. Get a bush, that brain, and the bank gets bigger. Copy the URL, make the shares go quicker. Post it on your socials, tag that name. One little share, whole feed and flame. Catch them on the screen, up in that frame. Super chat lit, that's jet fuel flame. Cash out, super chats on crowded just go. Send that love, that love. Cash out, super chats on crowded just go. Just go, let's go. Just go, just go. Come to my YouTube page, don't lag. Bell on locked in, that's swag. Chat going crazy, whole squad in the back. We teaching, we joking, we talk real fast. Linking them ball, you know that code. One click, whole tribe in go mode. From the couch to the glow, that how we roll. Turn views in the fam, that's get screw go, yeah. Cash up, super chats on crowded, just go. Send that love, that love. Cash up, super chats on crowded, just go, just go.
Photosynthesis. Green is the business. Health is wealth. Water both instances. Green is the business. Green is the business.
Get your order still. 100 pack chlorophyll, more than real, applaud the deal. Vitamin K for the blood, vitamin A for your eyes. Power of the ocean. American healer is the GOAT. EnQi big bro price for the low. Cop and go, let them know. We cleanse and fasting. Get the month manual today. We don't clay. Desire in Christ.
Like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise my name. Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God. But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God is music. I hope you hear him. This is his academy. Earth, Earth is the booth, sun called the session. Flesh is the record, spirit the impression. Matter the current, current to light. Light back the spirit, conduct your life. God is music, flesh is the record. Wave hit the matter, now the whole thing electric. 27 sections, every member connected. Hold fast to the cycle, no enemy prevailing. Matter the current.